Chapter 1738. With just a glance, Yang Kai could see that Gu Jianxian's side was in trouble. When he and the two women used this secret technique before, the sun, moon, and star manifestation had been extremely bright, with the crescent moon and stars lingering around them, mutually nourishing each other. But now, the sun, moon, and star manifestation was showing signs of dissipating, and the momentum of these three was much weaker than before. On the other hand, Li Minghai was still the same, not showing the slightest sign of weakness. It seemed that if nothing unexpected happened, Gu Jianxian would be defeated in the end. Taking advantage of the intensity of their battle, Yang Kai also began to move closer. It was not easy for Gu Jianxian to achieve this, and even if he could not severely injure Li Minghai at the last moment, he would at least be able to hinder him. At the very least, he should be able to distract Li Minghai's attention. As long as Li Minghai's attention was distracted, Yang Kai could take advantage of this opportunity to attack. In a flash, Yang Kai had already arrived 10 kilometers away from the battle. This was the limit of what he could approach, and if he moved any closer, Li Minghai would definitely notice him. Just after concealing himself, Li Minghai's shout rang out, "Young Union Master! If this is all you have, this old master will send you on your way." Gu Jianxian did not speak, perhaps because he did not have the energy to speak or simply did not want to respond. But the sword light he and his left and right sword servants summoned suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a giant sword wave 1,000 meters long that slashed towards Li Minghai. Li Minghai laughed loudly. "Petty tricks. Young Union Master, do you still want to put up a desperate struggle?" Saying so, he flicked the soul breaker spear in his hand. A jet black light shot out from the tip of the spear to meet the giant sword wave. The two streaks of light, white and black, collided in midair, and a halo of light spread out like ripples. This halo of light contained a terrifying power that even origin-returning realm masters had to retreat, showing just how fierce this confrontation was. The two distinct lights were in a stalemate in the void, but the stalemate was quickly broken. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique Li Minghai had used, but the pitch-black light suddenly expanded and directly suppressed the sword wave. A loud bang rang out. The sword wave burst apart. Amidst the muffled groans, the three figures shot off in different directions. Gu Jianxian's face was pale, and there were traces of blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered some injuries. His left and right sword attendants were even worse. They had cultivated together with Gu Jianxian since childhood. The left and right sword servants existed for Gu Jianxian. His cultivation had always been lower than Gu Jianxian's. In addition, he had shared a lot of the damage just now. At this moment, the left and right sword attendants' delicate bodies were trembling, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. His clothes were dyed red. Li Minghai's eyes flashed fiercely, but he did not take this opportunity to take Gu Jianxian's life. Instead, his figure flickered as he raised his spear and charged towards the left sword servant who was closest to him. As an Origin King Realm Master, his combat experience was naturally extremely rich. Although this was the best time to kill Gu Jianxian's identity was extraordinary. He even had the clear sea divided territory mirror on him, so there was no guarantee he had other even more powerful artifacts on him. Li Minghai did not have the confidence to kill him in a single blow. As such, he chose the left sword servant as his target. As long as he did not have the left sword servant's assistance, Gu Jianxian would not be able to use his sun, moon, and star three swords' brilliant secret technique. At that time, Li Minghai could simply grind Gu Jianxian to death. Li Minghai's actions were imprinted in the right sword servant's beautiful eyes, and a trace of determination and uneasiness flashed across her beautiful eyes. Hurriedly stabilizing her falling figure, she pushed her Saint Chi and rushed towards the left sword servant with all her strength. As for Gu Jianxian, he screamed hysterically, "Ling Yu, hide!" As he shouted this, he also desperately rushed over to the left sword servant like the right sword servant. Three streaks of light chased after the left sword servant, quickly closing the distance between them. Li Minghai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile as he realized that the time was right. Suddenly, He turned around and threw the soul-breaker spear towards the right sword servant. Everyone was stunned. Only now did everyone understand that Li Minghai's initial goal was not the left sword servant, but the right sword servant. Or perhaps he was simply adapting to the situation and choosing a better target to attack. After the soul-breaker spear flew out of Li Minghai's control, it transformed into a giant python, opened its bloody maw, and released a violent aura. In an instant, it arrived in front of the right sword servant and was about to swallow her whole. This was a true Origin King-grade artifact, and the right sword servant alone would not be able to block it. If she was hit head-on, only death would await her. At that moment, somewhere on Gu Jianxian's body, there was a flash of brilliance. Using some kind of secret technique or artifact, Gu Jianxian somehow appeared in front of the right sword servant and wrapped his arm around her, shielding her behind him as a cyan artifact armor made of scales appeared around his body. This artifact armor glowed brilliantly and was obviously an excellent defensive artifact. After being pushed by Gu Jianxian's Saint Qi, an energy membrane appeared around this artifact armor, giving it an extremely sturdy appearance. Just as he finished doing all this, Li Minghai's attack arrived. The giant python swayed its body and bombarded Gu Jianxian's artifact armor. The bright energy membrane dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye and lasted for less than 2 breaths before bursting apart. The remaining force of the collision slammed into Gu Jianxian, causing him to bleed profusely as he was sent flying backwards. Even the right sword servant he was protecting coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale and bloodless. Young Union Master really values friendship and righteousness. This old master admires him. But even if you can save one, can you save a second? Li Minghai's triumphant voice rang out with a hint of mockery and ridicule. Gu Jianxian, who was sent flying backwards, fixed his eyes and saw that Li Minghai had appeared in front of the left sword servant again at some unknown time and was now raising his hand to slap it towards her. Saint Qi surged from this palm and formed a vortex visible to the naked eye. The power of this vortex combined with the pressure of an Origin King Realm Master suppressed the left sword servant completely, rendering her unable to move or resist. However, even though death was imminent, she wasn't worried about her own safety. Instead, she looked at Gu Jianxian with worry in her eyes. When she saw that Gu Jianxian hadn't been killed and had only been seriously injured, she smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and her red lips moved slightly. Although he could not hear her voice, Gu Jianxian knew that she wanted him to escape. Li Minghai. Gu Jianxian's roar resounded through the void like that of a wounded beast, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. Young master, run! The right sword servant, who was being held in Gu Jianxian's arms, grabbed Gu Jianxian's arm and cried out in Gu Jianxian's ear, "Elder Sister Ling, you doesn't want you to risk your life. As long as you leave, Elder Sister Ling Yu's death will be worth it." Gu Jianxian remained motionless, but a look of astonishment appeared on his distorted face before a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes as he turned to look behind Li Minghai. He discovered that at some unknown time, a figure had appeared behind Li Minghai. This person was like a ghost, approaching less than a meter away from Li Minghai without Old Dog Li noticing. Immediately, this person stretched out his hand and sent out a series of pitch-black, crescent-shaped attacks towards Li Minghai like a storm. These attacks contained extremely profound and obscure fluctuations of power that even from a great distance, Gu Jianxian was able to sense. As soon as these attacks were launched, Li Minghai finally noticed and shouted, "Who's there?" Hurriedly turning around, he sent out a palm towards the person who had attacked him. What shocked and excited Gu Jianxian was that Li Minghai's palm was not able to disperse all of these attacks, and some of them still managed to hit Li Minghai's arm. Old Dog Li's arm was strangely disappearing little by little. It was as if it had never existed, as if it had been swallowed by the void. Feeling a sharp pain, Li Minghai roared madly as he stretched out his undamaged hand and summoned back the soul-breaker spear. Glaring at the young man who had attacked him, Li Minghai roared fiercely, "Junior, I'll make you pay. You won't have the chance." The young man coldly snorted as he flicked his wrist and summoned out a bladeless, dark green sword. This long sword trembled slightly before transforming into the image of a giant, dark green dragon that rushed towards Li Minghai. A dragon's roar shook the sky as dragon pressure filled the air. Li Minghai let out a strange cry as he hurriedly urged the power of the Soul Breaker Spear to transform into a giant python to meet this attack. The two monsters transformed from artifacts collided in the void, but how could a giant python defeat a giant dragon? After only a breath of time, it was destroyed by the giant dragon. Li Minghai's eyes finally showed a look of horror as he tried to find the trace of the young man who had attacked him, but to his horror, he couldn't find him. Just as he had appeared like a ghost, after summoning his artifact, he had disappeared like a ghost. Sensing a murderous intent behind him, Li Minghai's heart clenched, and he quickly released his territory domain in an attempt to reverse the situation. Although he had only fought with the young man who had attacked him for a moment, Li Minghai was keenly aware that his opponent was only a third-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator. Against an Origin Returning Realm master, one's territory domain was undoubtedly the best weapon to rely on. Not everyone was like Gu Jianxin, who had a treasure like the Bright Sea dividing territory mirror that could restrain one's territory domain. Li Minghai had a good plan, but to his surprise, when he released his territory domain, another Shur began to take shape. Not only was it not suppressed by his territory domain, it was even able to compete with it. There was a mysterious power contained within the Shur. The surrounding space began to collapse as thin void cracks began to appear around Li Minghai, wrapping him up in an airtight manner. Space Force! Li Minghai exclaimed. At that moment, the giant dark green dragon that had destroyed the giant python rushed in front of him, opened its bloody maw, and bit towards Li Minghai. Behind him, a chilling, murderous intent enveloped Li Minghai like a tidal wave. He was surrounded on all sides and had no way out. Chapter 1739. Old Dog Li. At some point, Gu Jianxin had also arrived and sent out a dazzling sun-like swordlight towards Li Minghai like a falling star. At the same time, a golden light burst out from the surroundings and golden threads danced about like snakes, cutting through the void. The void cracks around Li Minghai's body also began to expand and squeeze towards him. Almost in an instant, Li Minghai, who was at a loss, was overwhelmed by a variety of forces. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from where Li Minghai stood, illuminating the surrounding starry sky territory as a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering energy fluctuation pulsed from this light. Gu Jianxin was once again sent flying backwards at a speed faster than when he had attacked. The right sword servant, who had been prepared, hurriedly rushed forward and caught Gu Jianxin. With a cry, Gu Jianxin leaned into the right sword servant's arms and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Young master," the right sword servant called out tenderly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Gu Jianxin, however, did not have the time to answer as he simply stared forward. He did not know whether Li Minghai was dead or not, but from the feeling of that sword strike just now, it was clear that it had struck Li Minghai's vitals. But that was still an Origin King Realm Master. This was the first time Gu Jianxin had fought a life and death battle with an Origin King Realm Master, so he lacked experience. Before seeing Li Minghai's corpse with his own eyes, he did not dare act carelessly. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a figure standing in the void. Gu Jianxin's eyes shrank sharply. Li Minghai. Under such a terrifying attack, Li Minghai had actually not died. However, after suffering such a powerful impact, this Origin King Realm Master's hair was disheveled and his clothes were in tatters. At some point, he had put up a protective artifact armor around his body, but this artifact armor had been completely destroyed. What made Gu Jianxin overjoyed, though, was that Li Minghai's injuries were obviously not light, because his body was in tatters. It was like he was just a rag. Large and small, grotesquely shaped holes littered his body, and from these holes, one could even see Li Minghai's bones and wriggling flesh. Li Minghai's face was filled with anger and fear. He was afraid. He felt the threat of death. So he was afraid. Sure enough, this was the case. Li Minghai looked around. His gaze only paused on Gu Jianxin and the right sword servant for a moment before shifting his gaze away and continuing to search the void. Unfortunately, nothing. He did not find any trace of the elusive young man who had ambushed him before. Junior, one day, this old man, this old master. Li Minghai's face as he shouted as he could be. Li Minghai shouted fiercely before turning into a stream of light and continuing to flee into the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood along the way. Don't let him escape, Gu Jianxian shouted into the void, gasping for breath. As soon as his voice fell, a five-colored light bloomed somewhere in the void. This five-colored light was like an invincible sword chi that carried with it the power to split the heavens and cut straight towards Li Minghai. Li Li Ming Li Li Li, Li, Li 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 Li, of a Li Minghai. However, at this moment, Li Minghai was undoubtedly putting up a strong front, and the method he used was unable to block the five-colored light that had transformed into sword chi. The five-colored light passed by Li Minghai's body and disappeared into the void like a shining meteor. Li Minghai's body stiffened in place, his eyes bulging as he no longer moved. The vitality in his body and the light in his eyes quickly dissipated. A dignified Origin King Realm Master had died here. Gu Jianxian, who was watching from a distance, could not figure out the situation, but with his heavy injuries, he did not dare act rashly and simply stared at Li Minghai's body vigilantly. It was not until the left sword servant, who was still in shock, flew over and checked Li Minghai's condition that he flew back to Gu Jianxian with joy. When the left sword servant returned, Gu Jianxian asked anxiously, "How is it?" "Li Minghai is dead," the left sword servant replied. Gu Jianxian let out a long breath as he could no longer hold on and collapsed into the arms of the right sword servant who had been supporting him, muttering with lingering fear, "It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead." "Young master, that person just now?" The left sword servant looked surprised. "He's not from our sword union." Gu Jianxian shook his head, took out some spirit pills from his space ring, stuffed them into his mouth, and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Go support the others first. Old Dogly brought a lot of masters. I'm afraid they won't be able to, oh." As Gu Jianxian spoke, he turned his head and glanced towards the battlefield and suddenly discovered a strange scene. Many of the cultivator on his side were still alive, while Li Minghai's subordinates were almost all dead. Gu Jianxian had been fighting with Li Minghai just now, so he had not had time to investigate the situation, but now that he saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling a bit incredulous. Gu Jianxian was naturally aware of the difference in strength between the two sides. His side was obviously weaker than Li Minghai's. After all, Li Minghai had been prepared for a sneak attack and ambush, so how could he not have been fully prepared? This time, Gu Jianxian was able to kill Li Minghai by chance and escape this disaster because of the help of his benefactor, but how could his subordinates also be so brave? Gu Jianxian couldn't believe his eyes. But after watching for a while, he finally understood why all this was happening. It was because of Yu Shi and her two disciples. Yu Shi, He Zhao, He Miao, and Gu Jianxian knew each other. In any case, these three were cultivator who had followed him. Although Yu Shi only had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was still an origin returning realm master, so Gu Jianxian naturally had some impression of her. At this moment, the three of them were rushing to the forefront, facing enemies who were much stronger than them, but their expressions remained unchanged. Every time they clashed, a red light would bloom from He Zhao's body, and then her enemies would inexplicably fall. What is this red light? Gu Jianxian couldn't understand what was going on. He never knew that he had such a strange cultivator among his subordinates, one that could accomplish such an unbelievable feat. The overall situation had been decided, and Li Minghai's side had been utterly defeated and was now fleeing in panic, being chased by his own subordinates. Gu Jianxian calmed down and took a deep breath before cupping his fists towards the void and shouting, "Dare I ask for this friend's name? This Gu is deeply grateful for your assistance just now. If it is convenient, could you come out and meet me?" "Haha, young Union Master is too polite." A burst of hearty laughter came from somewhere. Gu Jianxian turned his head and was surprised to see the young man he had seen before walking out of the void. Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up, and the left and right sword servants also looked at Yang Kai with a curious and grateful look. If Yang Kai hadn't suddenly appeared just now, they wouldn't have cared if the two of them had died, but their young master would definitely have been killed. As such, the left and right sword servants were extremely grateful to Yang Kai for turning the tide and looking at Yang Kai with eyes full of kindness. Gu Jianxian only took a quick look at Yang Kai and confirmed that he was really just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, the combat power he had just displayed was far beyond this realm. Perhaps, even if he and the left and right sword servants joined forces, they might not be his opponent. Gu Jianxian was shocked. As the young Union Master of Sword Union, he had been given an advantage that ordinary people did not have since he was a child. He was not an unambitious second-generation young master. He had lofty ideals and a broad future, so he had been cultivating diligently over the years. He believed that as an origin-returning realm master, there were few in the entire star territory who could be his opponent. But today, he saw one. A martial artist of the same generation and cultivation level, who made him feel great pressure. Shui Yu's third young master? Gu Jianxian asked suspiciously. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Do I look like such a sissy to you? Gu Jianxian smiled awkwardly, and the left and right sword servants also couldn't help laughing. The left sword servant, who had a charming appearance, even burst out laughing. But then she seemed to feel that something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Sorry, this Gu and Shui Yu's third young master have been friends for a long time, but we have never met, Gu Jianxian explained. Then your excellency is Zidong? Who is that? Yang Kai was stunned. Purple Star's young master. Gu Jianxian was at a loss. What's wrong? In young Union Master's opinion, only the young masters of these great forces are qualified to talk to you? Yang Kai looked at Gu Jianxian with a smile. This Gu did not mean that, Gu Jianxian quickly said. It's just that this Gu finds it hard to imagine that someone could be so strong without the support of these great forces. If I'm being rude, I hope this friend can forgive me. It's fine, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I'm not from any great force. My name is Yang Kai. Gu Jianxian was startled. He had never heard the name Yang Kai before, but he was certain that he was not from any great force. Because of this, Gu Jianxian was even more shocked. Cupping his fists again, Gu Jianxian nodded solemnly. So it is Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning his eyes towards the distance. Over there, the battle seemed to have been settled. With Lu Yan's help, how could Li Ming Hai's subordinates be his opponent? One by one, they were all killed without a single one escaping. Brother Yang, this Gu has a question, but I don't know if I should ask, Gu Jianxian suddenly said. When I was passing by here before, Li Ming Hai launched a sneak attack on me, so I set up an ambush here. Yang Kai glanced at him and gave the answer as if he had foreseen it. Brother Yang, good courage, and good means. Gu Jianxian's brow twitched. If an ordinary origin returning realm master was attacked by an origin king, if they were lucky enough to survive, they would definitely run as far away as possible. All they could do was grit their teeth and curse behind their backs to vent their anger. But this Yang Kai actually dared to return and launch a sneak attack. Doing such a thing, either he was extremely daring, or he had a trump card to rely on. Judging from the results, it was obviously the latter reason. It seemed that he had not used his full strength in the previous battle. Moreover, this guy was obviously a vengeful master. Chapter 1740. Since it was a sneak attack, why didn't Brother Yang wait for a better opportunity? For example, when Old Dog Li killed me and relaxed, Brother Yang chose to take action at that time. It must have taken some effort, Gu Jianxian asked. Just because it took some effort doesn't mean he couldn't have killed him. Yang Kai smiled confidently. What young Union Master wants to ask is, why did he want me to save you? Gu Jianxian nodded. It's a pity that a man who is willing to risk his life for his woman would die like this, Yang Kai replied. Gu Jianxian had personally blocked a blow from Li Ming Hai in order to protect his right sword servant. Yang Kai had seen this clearly and knew that if anything had gone wrong, both he and his right sword servant would have been sent to the Yellow Springs. Yang Kai had also risked his life for Su Yin and had even faced a master like Luo Hai head-on, so he agreed with Gu Jianxian's actions very much. A man who was willing to risk his life for the woman he loved was definitely not a cunning and sinister person. Gu Jianxian was startled. The left and right sword servants, on the other hand, blushed slightly as they glanced at Gu Jianxian affectionately, their beautiful eyes filled with sweetness. Gu Jianxian laughed, the vigilance in his eyes finally dissipating as he proudly declared, "It seems that Brother Yang is also a sentimental person. This Gu is truly fortunate to be able to meet Brother Yang here." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "There is another reason. I know someone from your sword union." "Oh, Brother Yang knows someone from our sword union?" Gu Jianxian asked with joy. Without even mentioning that Yang Kai had saved his life and had done him a great favor, Yang Kai alone had given Gu Jianxian a good impression of him and the idea of making friends with him. Now that he heard Yang Kai say he knew someone from sword union, he was naturally overjoyed. "Who does Brother Yang know?" "They're here." Yang Kai gestured to the side. Gu Jianxian turned his head and found that it was Yu Shi and her two master disciples, who had shown brilliantly in the previous battle. "It's them." Gu Jianxian was surprised. He thought that the people Yang Kai knew must be the top experts on his side, but he didn't expect them to be this unremarkable master and disciple trio. A moment later, Yu Shi, He Zhao, and He Miao flew to a spot not far away. The three of them first saluted Gu Jianxian and inquired about his situation. After learning that the young Union Master was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. Big Brother Yang. He Zhao and He Miao had more contact with Yang Kai. This time, it was thanks to Yang Kai's help that they were able to turn the situation around. Therefore, she didn't regard him as an outsider and called out sweetly as soon as she came back. Yang Kai nodded slightly, stretched out his hand, and a red light shot out from He Zhao's body. He sucked it into his palm. "Thank you, Yang Kai. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. The three of us can't thank you enough." Yu Shi sincerely thanked him. Yang Kai did not say anything. He calmly accepted the other party's thanks. "Big Brother Yang actually knows Lady Yu and her master. This is truly fate," Gu Jianxian laughed. "If Big Brother Yang doesn't mind, why don't you come to this Gu starship and rest for a few days so this Gu can properly entertain you?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment, but did not immediately agree. The reason why he had stayed here was mainly because he wanted to sneak attack Li Ming Hai, but now that he had killed this guy, there was nothing else he needed to do. Seeing him remain silent, Gu Jianxian didn't urge him. He Zhao and He Miao, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai eagerly, hoping he would stay. What is young Union Master's destination? After a while, Yang Kai raised his head and asked, "Big Brother Yang, just call me Brother Gu. Calling me young Union Master is a bit of an outsider." Gu Jianxian smiled. "I won't hide it from Big Brother Yang. This Gu is going to Azure Tree Star." Azure Tree Star? It's a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of my sword union, and it's only a month's journey from here. Is that so? Yang Kai thought for a moment, seemingly thinking of something, and nodded. "Very well, this Yang is indebted to Brother Gu for inviting me, so this Yang will not disturb you." Seeing Yang Kai agree, Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up, and he seemed extremely happy. Without any reservations, he stepped forward, grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and pulled him towards the direction of the starship, acting as if he was already familiar with Yang Kai. Under the attack of Li Ming Hai and the others, one of the three starships had exploded and the other had been crippled. Now, only the largest starship, which Gu Jianxian was on, was still able to sail. Although it was damaged to a certain extent, it only needed to be repaired. After arriving on the starship, Gu Jianxian arranged for Yang Kai to stay while he went to heal his wounds. Gu Jianxian's battle with Li Ming Hai had been thrilling, and although he had not suffered any fatal injuries, he had still suffered a lot of damage. This kind of damage could not be healed by simply taking spirit pills and would require him to meditate and recuperate. Yang Kai could understand this and naturally didn't care. After a day of repair and inspection, the starship began sailing again. Yang Kai was arranged by Gu Jianxian to stay in an extremely luxurious room. The room was very large and the floor was covered with a thick layer of fluff and inlaid with hundreds of night pearls, giving the room a soft and warm light. There was also an incense burner in the room that emitted a fragrant scent that relaxed one's mind. Yang Kai had his own considerations as to why he had agreed to Gu Jian Xian's invitation. Along the way, the space arrays he had arranged had all been left on the various dead stars as transfer stations. Now, it was time to connect to a real cultivation star. Otherwise, the cultivator from Shadowed Star would have no clear destination. According to Yang Kai's own observations, Azure Tree Star was a good cultivation star. If Yi Shiyun and the others came here through the space array, they could use Azure Tree Star's world energy and world principles to try to break through to the Origin King realm. Another point was that Yang Kai did not have many space spirit crystals left. Although Yi Shiyun and the others had plundered almost all of Shadowed Star's space spirit crystal reserves before leaving, the amount needed to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array was simply too great. Yang Kai only had enough space spirit crystals left to arrange a single space array. He had to find a way to replenish them. Azure Tree Star was Sword Union's cultivation star, and Yang Kai had now established a relationship with Gu Jian Xian, the young Union master. Yang Kai could use Gu Jian Xian's strength to purchase some space spirit crystals as a backup. Before that, Yang Kai could take a trip back to the Ore Star to see if Qian Tong, Yi Shiyun, and the others had found a space spirit crystal lode. If they did, it would save him a lot of trouble. Staying in his room, Yang Kai counted his gains. His harvest was not much. After all, he had only killed 3 people in this conflict. There was no need to mention the space rings of Zhang Fu and Lu Dong. The things stored in these rings were basically not of much interest to Yang Kai. They could be used as part of High Heaven Sect's treasury. Li Ming Hai's space ring, on the other hand, contained a lot of wealth. In particular, the Origin King Grade Soul Breaker Spear had now fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Origin King Grade artifacts could be found throughout Star's territory. They were all priceless treasures. However, Yang Kai was not interested in this artifact. Among the people he knew, there seemed to be no suitable person who could use it. Yang Kai could only put it aside for the time being. While he was counting his gains, a knock suddenly came from outside the door, causing Yang Kai to be startled. Yang Kai called out casually, "Come in." The door opened and 2 beautiful figures walked in one after another. Big Brother Yang. He Miao greeted in a crisp voice as she and Hizeo placed the things in their hands on a nearby table. Yang Kai glanced around and found that these were some exquisite food and wine, but he didn't care too much about them. With his strength reaching this level, delicacies and fine wines were nothing more than food to satisfy his appetite. Unless it was some kind of special food that could increase his strength. "Are we disturbing you?" Hizeo was more mature, so seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be occupied with something, she couldn't help but ask worriedly. "No." Yang Kai smiled lightly and motioned, "Sit." "No need." Hizeo waved her hand. "We're here to serve you. Just stand there. If you have any orders, you can tell us." "Did Gu Jian Xian send you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. And Hizeo lowered her head, while He Miao looked around curiously. Obviously, this was the first time she had entered such a noble room. "Sit down first. These are my orders," Yang Kai chuckled. Hizeo hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly and sitting down with her younger sister. However, her sitting posture was extremely restrained, and when she saw He Miao's restless appearance, she glared at her fiercely. He Miao stuck out her tongue and finally calmed down. "It seems that every time I meet you, your situation isn't very good," Yang Kai said with a smile. The first time he met these 2 sisters in Star's territory, they were being chased by a purple star cultivator. Now, the second time he met them, they were ambushed by Li Ming Hai. Although the circumstances were not quite the same, their situation was very similar. Hearing Yang Kai teasing her like this, Hizeo blushed and He Miao muttered, "We should be the ones saying that." He Miao. Hizeo immediately glared at her little sister. He Miao said with dissatisfaction, "Just say it. Big Brother Yang won't mind." Hizeo wore a helpless look and looked at Yang Kai apologetically. "Little sister has been spoiled, Big Brother Yang. Please don't lower yourself to her level. It's fine. You don't have to be so nervous." Yang Kai waved his hand. When he first met these 2 sisters, because their strength was almost the same and their cultivations were higher than his, they could still get along with each other as equals. Now that the gap between them had suddenly become so big, Hizeo found it somewhat difficult to adapt. After all, even their honored master was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but Yang Kai had suddenly become a third-order origin returning realm master, and even called their young union master a brother. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai could only change the subject and casually ask about their situation over the years. There was nothing to hide, so Hizeo immediately told him everything. After leaving the floating continent, everyone had separated. Yushi took the two sisters back to Sword Union because they had suffered huge losses in that operation. Not only had a starship been destroyed, but Sword Union's cultivator had also been killed or injured. As the person in charge at the time, Yushi had almost caused a disaster, but in the end, a high-level cultivator from Sword Union spoke up for her and was exempted from punishment. It was for this reason that Yushi and her two disciples began to follow Gu Jian because the high-level cultivator who spoke up for them was Gu Jian's supporter. Chapter 1741. This time, Gu Jian had set off from Sword Union's home star to Azure Tree Star for some business. The master and disciple trio had followed along, but none of them had expected to be involved in such a battle and almost die. After saying all this, Hizeo did not ask Yang Kai about his experiences over the years as she knew what kind of questions she should ask. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "By the way, how much do you know about your young Union Master Gu Jian? Young Union Master? Hizeo was startled. Does Big Brother Yang want to know more about the young Union Master? And Yang Kai saw that she was so intelligent and was very satisfied. Tell me what's convenient for you to talk about. If it's not convenient for you to talk about it, then forget about it. Hizeo smiled lightly. I don't know much, so there's nothing I can't say. The young Union Master can be said to be the most talented genius Sword Union has produced in the past 1,000 years. This year, his true age is less than 60, but he has already reached the peak of the origin returning realm. It is rumored that if he is given 3 to 5 years, he will be able to break through to the origin king realm. Yang Kai nodded while sipping his tea, motioning for her to continue with his eyes. He had learned about this from Lu Dong before. The young Union Master is modest, loyal, and righteous. He is the successor Union Master has high hopes for. Not only is his cultivation profound, but his strength is also quite powerful. It seems that among the younger generation of Star Territory, only Shui Yu's third young master of Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce and Zidong of Purple Star can compare to him. Is that so? Hearing this, another figure suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Su Binbai, the very interesting young man he met outside Green Mountain's Star's Blood prison that day. It was said that he was the disciple of an origin king named Wu Dao. Wu Dao's cultivation was so high that even Green Mountain's Star's Star Master, Luo Hai, feared him greatly. He was even called Master Wu Dao. Wu Dao was a genuine third-order origin king, an old monster who had lived for countless years and whose whereabouts had never been seen before. A disciple personally taught by such a person would likely not be worse than Gu Jian, Shui Yu, or Zidong, perhaps even slightly stronger. However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he did not say it out loud. Hizeo had been in the Sword Union for a long time, and her strength wasn't high. The things she came into contact with were very one-sided, so her horizons were naturally not too broad. The young Alliance Master has a good reputation in the Sword Alliance. If not for this, his master would not have chosen to follow him. Yes, the young Alliance Master also has the left and right sword attendants. I heard that the left and right sword attendants have cultivated with the young Alliance Master since they were young. They are as close as brothers and sisters. It's not as simple as brothers and sisters. Yang Kai chuckled. When the left and right sword servants looked at Gu Jian, the affection in their eyes was obvious, almost to the point of dripping. Hizeo pursed her red lips. A trace of redness flashed across her face as she pinched the corner of her clothes. She did not answer this question and continued. The left sword attendant is called Lingyu, and the right sword attendant is called Enxing. The young Union Master and the left and right sword attendants have cultivated a secret technique called the Sun, Moon, and Star Secret Technique. When the three of them joined forces, they could unleash a battle prowess that far exceeded their own cultivation realms. However, even without the assistance of the left and right sword attendants, The young Union Master's personal combat power is extremely high. An ordinary third-order origin returning Realm Master would not be his opponent. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. A cultivator, whether one was strong or not, could often be understood at a glance. Gu Jianxian gave Yang Kai a strong feeling. He was an elite among elites. That's about all I know. After Zhao finished speaking, she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai, seemingly waiting for his next instructions. What is Gu Jianxian's purpose on this trip to Azure Tree Star? I don't know. We were just following orders. Before the young Union Master told us his destination, we didn't even know where he was going. Zhao shook her head. Big Brother Yang, why are you asking so many questions? Are you planning to become an enemy of the young Union Master? He Miao asked with some worry. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. How could that be? I have no conflict of interest with Gu Jianxian, so how could I become his enemy? Also, Gu Jianxian should be a good person. It's just that now that I've boarded this starship, I naturally want to learn more about him. You don't need to be so nervous. He Miao relaxed a lot, patting her towering chest with her small hands as a look of fear appeared on her face. A cultivator like Zhao and He Miao, who were only third-order Saint King Realm cultivators, although they were young and might become pillars of Sword Union in the future flowing time Great Emperor, their current cultivation was still too low to access high-level information. For them, everything could be summed up in 2 words. Acting according to orders. There was no need to ask too much, no need to think too much. Once orders were given, all they had to do was follow them. Even if they had to carry out a certain death mission, they had to brace themselves. This was the tragedy of a cultivator at the bottom of a great force. These cultivators seemed to have excellent protection, but they had also lost a part of their freedom. If Yang Kai really wanted to become an enemy of Gu Jianxian, Zhao and He Miao would be put in a difficult position. Later, Yang Kai spoke with Zhao and He Miao for a while before letting them leave. Big Brother Yang. Before leaving, Zhao suddenly turned around and called out. Is there something else? Yang Kai looked at her. Zhao bit her red lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, she shook her head and said, It's nothing. Rest well. If you need anything, just tell us. We live in the 5th room next door. All right. Yang Kai nodded suspiciously. After sending off the 2 sisters, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while. Zhao must have had something to say to him, but for some reason, she hadn't said anything. Although he had only interacted with the sisters twice in the past few decades, after the experience of going through hardships together on the floating continent, they could be considered to have quite a good relationship. The chance encounter this time allowed their friendship to ferment and become even more intense. If Zhao really had something to ask of him, Yang Kai wouldn't refuse. Unfortunately, she might have some concerns and didn't say anything, so Yang Kai naturally didn't ask. Elder sister, did you want Big Brother Yang to put in a good word for us just now? After returning to her room, He Miao looked at Zhao and asked. Zhao nodded lightly. She whispered, Now, only Big Brother Yang can help us. Even Honored Master can't solve this matter. But why didn't you say anything? Big Brother Yang is a very good person. If you had told him, he definitely wouldn't have just sat back and watched. He wouldn't have ignored us. Zhao sat down on the edge of the bed. But this has nothing to do with him. It's just our own business. Elder sister. He Miao squatted down and rested her head on Zhao's lap, saying sadly, But if things continue like this, we really will have to. Zhao stretched out her hand, stroking He Miao's hair, a trace of sadness appearing on her pretty face. What happened that year? If it weren't for Master Qin speaking up to protect us, Honored Master and us would not have been able to escape punishment. Perhaps we wouldn't have lived to this day. That person is Master Qin's son. It's precisely because of this that Honored Master Qin couldn't refuse Honored Master Qin's offer. Just think of it as repaying Master Qin's kindness. Over the years, Master Qin has taken great care of us. I don't want to. He Miao suddenly stood up and clenched her fists fiercely. If that day really comes, I will kill that little brat Qin Shi Yang. Zhao was shocked and stared at He Miao in shock, shouting in a low voice, You are not allowed to speak such nonsense. He Miao pouted but didn't say anything else, squatting down again. She then squatted down and rested her head on her elder sister's lap. Inside his room, Yang Kai had just turned around and sat down to meditate for a moment. Just as he was about to sit down, he heard a knock on the door. This made him frown, standing up with some displeasure, and opening the door. A beautiful but somewhat flustered face suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai was stunned. "Can I come in?" The person who came asked in a low voice, glancing around as she spoke, a sneaky look on her face, as if she was afraid of being discovered. What the hell is she doing? Yang Kai was even more confused. However, seeing the other party's rather embarrassing appearance, Yang Kai did not refuse and simply stepped aside. The person who came immediately rushed into the room wrapped in a fragrant scent. Closing the door, Yang Kai turned around and looked at the beautiful woman inside the room, asking suspiciously, "Madam Yu, is there something you need from me?" The person who came was none other than He Zhao and He Miao's honored master, Yu Shi. Yang Kai was also confused. The two sisters had just left his room, yet their honored master had followed them in. What was she trying to do? If someone who didn't understand saw this, they would think that there was some kind of unspeakable and shameless affair between him and this master and apprentice trio. This mistress greets young Master Yang. Yu Shi gracefully bowed and lightly opened her mouth. This mistress thanks young Master Yang for his life-saving grace. If you have something to say, then say it. Yang Kai looked at her faintly. Yu Shi's face stiffened, immediately revealing a wry smile, biting her thin lip and hesitating for a moment before bluntly saying, "This mistress would like to ask young Master Yang to show mercy and save He Zhao and He Miao from this sea of suffering." What happened to them? Yang Kai frowned. They look fine to me, without any signs of injury or poisoning. What is it that they need my help with? It's not injury or poisoning. Yu Shi shook her head. It's just that one of them may have to marry a complete stranger, a man who isn't normal at all. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Yu Shi. This oppressive gaze put a lot of pressure on Yu Shi, and her expression gradually became unnatural, her expression gradually becoming awkward and guilty, but after a short while, she raised her eyes again and met Yang Kai's gaze. "Sit down and talk." To Yu Shi's surprise, Yang Kai actually called out to her before walking to the side and pouring her a cup of tea. "Thank you." Yu Shi quietly gasped for breath before taking a seat. "I don't quite understand. Please explain it in detail." Yang Kai sat down on the other side and asked. Yu Shi said, "I didn't explain it clearly. The situation is like this." After listening to her story, Yang Kai understood the whole story. This matter was actually related to the events of the past. When Yang Kai first met Yu Shi and the others, she was a third-order Saint King and was already qualified to take charge of a Saint King-grade starship, allowing her to carry out some non-dangerous activities within the territory of the Star Alliance. During that time, Sword Union suffered huge losses, and in the end, only Yu Shi and her two disciples managed to escape. After returning to Sword Union's home star, they faced an unresolvable disaster. Chapter 1742. According to the Union's rules, in a situation like Yu Shi's, a heavy punishment would be to directly kill her as a warning to others, while a light punishment would be to cripple her cultivation and expel her from Sword Union. As for He Zhao and He Miao, they would not be able to avoid the fate of being reduced to menial servants. At the last moment, a senior member of Sword Union named Qin Wu Hui spoke up for them, saving their lives and status. Qin Wu Hui was a master who followed Gu Jian Xian, so Yu Shi and her two disciples were indirectly connected to Gu Jian Xian. Qin Wu Hui was a very good person. Although he had put in a good word for Yu Shi and the others, he didn't threaten them. Over the years, he had also taken care of the master and apprentice trio, making them very grateful. However, Qin Wu Hui had a good-for-nothing son named Qin Shi Yang. This guy relied on his father's power and influence to act like a tyrant on Sword Union's home star. Although it could not be said that he had committed all kinds of crimes, he was not a good person. Qin Wu Hui followed Gu Jian Xian all day long and neglected to discipline his son, so he could only let him do as he pleased. On the Sword Union's home star, there were many people with power and influence. Finally, one day, Qin Xiang provoked an opponent that was difficult to deal with and fell for his scheme. He fought fiercely with his opponent, but in the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. Although he didn't die, His divine sense was damaged, and he was almost turned into an idiot. Although his son had always been a good-for-nothing, he was still his own flesh and blood. Seeing Qin Shi Yang turn into an idiot made Qin Wu Hui feel extremely pained, but as a result, this little brat became more well-behaved and no longer acted recklessly and acted like a tyrant in the market. Many years passed in a flash, and Qin Wu Hui wanted to arrange a marriage for his son, so that he could have children. But with Qin Shi Yang turned into an idiot, who would take a fancy to him? In addition, he had a bad character when he was normal, so no woman was willing to agree to this marriage. Qin Wu Hui's status was not low, so he did not take a fancy to ordinary women. In desperation, Qin Wu Hui could only set his sights on He Zhao and He Miao. In his opinion, as long as either of the two sisters could marry Qin Shi Yang and give birth to an heir for him, it would be enough to ease his worries. He had also prepared a lot of compensation for this. He did not directly go to Yu Shi to discuss this matter, but instead reported it to Gu Jianxian. In a sense, this was very despicable. Qin Wu Hui had also considered this for a long time. That was why he put aside his pride and did this. For so many years, Qin Wu Hui had followed Gu Jianxian, working hard and making great contributions. Now, all he wanted was a grandson to continue his bloodline. How could Gu Jianxian not agree? He immediately summoned Yu Shi. She told her to tell the sisters He Zhao and He Miao to discuss among themselves which one of them would marry Qin Shi Yang. Now that Gu Jianxian had interfered, there was almost no room for maneuver. For the past year or so, Yu Shi had been delaying the matter, and Qin Wu Hui also knew that he was being unreasonable, so he didn't urge her. But delaying like this was not a solution. There would come a day when He Zhao or He Miao would be forced to submit. The appearance of Yang Kai gave Yu Shi hope. She couldn't ask Gu Jianxian to retract his order. Qin Wu Hui had shown kindness to her and her master, so she couldn't deal with this matter. However, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai was not a member of Sword Union, and in this matter, Gu Jianxian wanted to befriend Yang Kai. Perhaps as long as he said a word, he could resolve the tragic fate of the two sisters. It was because of this consideration that Yu Shi had secretly visited Yang Kai and asked him to step in. After listening, Yang Kai nodded gently. So that's how it is. He somewhat understood why He Zhao had hesitated before leaving just now. It was probably because of this, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Young Master Yang, can you please show mercy and save these two girls? The two of them are already desolate and have no father or mother. This mistress raised them from childhood and treated them as her own. This mistress really can't bear to see either of them jump into a pit of fire. Yu Shi pleaded, tears welling up in her eyes. Master Qin has shown us kindness. If this mistress wanted to repay him, even if it meant climbing a mountain of blades or crossing a sea of flames, this mistress would not hesitate. But this matter concerns the future of these two girls, so this mistress really cannot agree. This matter is not your fault. Yang Kai's tone was much gentler. When he heard her request before, Yang Kai had some misunderstandings, but after listening to Yu Shi's explanation, he understood that this was not something she could control. With Gu Jianxian pressuring her, how could she resist? For Gu Jianxian, satisfying Qin Wu Hui's wishes was naturally a priority. After all, he wasn't very familiar with He Zhao and He Miao. What's more, Qin Wu Hui had prepared a lot of compensation. With his status as a third-order origin returning realm master, the compensation he could provide would certainly be extremely generous. As for marrying into the Qin family, for an ordinary woman, it was no different from flying up a branch and becoming a phoenix. It could be said that Gu Jianxian had not considered this matter thoroughly, but given his position, the decision he had made was reasonable. However, this kind of matter, it didn't seem right for him to rashly intervene, causing Yang Kai to frown secretly. Young Master Yang. Yu Shi saw Yang Kai tapping his hand on the table and pondering for a long time without saying a word, so she couldn't help saying, if young Master Yang can get young Union Master to cancel this marriage, this mistress will definitely repay him with her life. There's no need to be so serious. Yang Kai waved his hand. But if I really step in, where will you go in the future? Yu Shi heard this and was stunned, seemingly unable to react. Let's put it this way. That Qin Wu Hui has shown you kindness, So if this matter is really ruined by me, the three of you may carry a reputation of being ungrateful. How will you establish yourselves in sword union in the future? Not everyone knew the truth, and those who didn't know the truth would only see the surface. What Yang Kai said was very likely to happen. Those unrelated cultivators would definitely think that Yu Shi and her two disciples were repaying kindness with enmity. Yu Shi thought about how those sword union cultivators would point fingers at her in the future, and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and grit her teeth. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, you might as well directly ask young Union Master for the two girls. They are only third-order Saint Kings, so young Union Master won't refuse you. In the future, whether they be slaves or maids, or even concubines, is up to you. Forget about that. Yang Kai was taken aback. Yu Shi pursed her lips and smiled. This mistress can also see that these two girls still have a good impression of young Master Yang. Presumably, they won't reject you. After all, young Master Yang is a dragon among men just like young Union Master. Your honored master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Then, young Master Yang, this matter. Yu Shi looked at Yang Kai nervously. Before she received a definite answer from Yang Kai, she couldn't relax. This matter isn't easy to meddle in, Yang Kai frowned. Yu Shi's heart sank. Tell me, what is the situation with that Qin Shi Yang? Also, what is Qin Wu Hui's character? What is his status with Gu Jianxian? Half an hour later, Yu Shi left Yang Kai's side room. The worry that had lingered on her brow for the past year had actually dissipated, and her footsteps had become much lighter. Obviously, she had obtained a good answer. The next 2 days passed uneventfully as the starship sailed through the void towards Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai also cultivated in his room and took some time to refine a furnace of spirit pills. 2 days later, a knocking sound came from outside the door. After receiving Yang Kai's answer, the door opened and the sisters He Zhao and He Miao walked in together. Big Brother Yang, young Union Master has arranged a banquet and has invited Big Brother Yang to attend, He Zhao said. Good. Yang Kai nodded and stood up. Lead the way. This way. He Zhao and He Miao immediately led the way. After walking for a while inside the starship, they soon came to a magnificent hall. Inside the hall, there were 2 rows of cultivators sitting in front of each of them with food and wine placed in front of them. Gu Jianxian sat directly in front of them, his complexion ruddy, with the left and right sword servants standing behind him. It seemed that Gu Jianxian had fully recovered after a few days of meditation. Seeing Yang Kai, Gu Jianxian immediately got up and greeted him with a smile. The other cultivator also quickly stood up and cupped their fists to salute. Many of them only knew of Yang Kai's existence and knew that Yang Kai was the reason they were able to kill Li Minghai a few days ago. They had never seen him with their own eyes, but seeing Gu Jianxian acting so cordially, they naturally did not dare to neglect him. Yang Kai did not lack etiquette either, cupping his fists and exchanging greetings with a smile on his face. His gentle smile left many Origin returning realm masters with a good impression, feeling that this young man was strong but not arrogant. No wonder the young Union Master treated him so well. Brother Yang, this way. Gu Jianxian called out. He Zhao and He Miao led Yang Kai to the table next to Gu Jianxian before taking a step back and standing obediently. After Yang Kai sat down, Gu Jianxian smiled heartily. Brother Yang, this Gu has been recuperating these past few days and has been neglecting his duties. I hope Brother Yang will not take offense. Brother Gu is too polite. Naturally, healing is more important. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Brother Yang is magnanimous. Today's banquet is just to thank Brother Yang for saving me. If it weren't for you, Ling Yu, and Xing, and I would have been killed by old Dog Li. From now on, Brother Yang is this Gu's friend and benefactor. The eyes of the many Origin returning realm masters below flashed with a strange light. Gu Jianxian was indeed a forthright person, but he would not easily say the word friend. Now that he had said it, it meant that he sincerely wanted to become friends with Yang Kai. What's more, after the word friend, Gu Jianxian had added the words benefactor, so these Origin returning realm masters naturally smelled something unusual. This cup is a toast to Brother Yang. Gu Jian picked up his full glass and downed it in one gulp. Hizeo immediately stepped forward and filled Yang Kai's glass before returning with the wine jug, fully fulfilling her role as a maid. Yang Kai picked up his glass and smiled. Since Brother Gu is so forthright, this Yang will not be polite. Raising his glass, Yang Kai also downed it in one gulp. Good, let's drink until we're drunk. Gu Jian laughed. Wind instruments played in unison, and young girls walked in from the outside with light and agile dance steps. They sang and danced, and waiters brought in delicious dishes and placed them on the table. The entire hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Chapter 1743. Toasts were exchanged as cultivator after cultivator came forward to propose toasts. Yang Kai did not refuse any of them, smiling modestly and looking calm as he exchanged toasts with those who proposed toasts, making everyone have a good impression of him. From time to time, he would chat and laugh with Gu Jian, occasionally glancing at the beautiful dance scene below. Time flew by, and the atmosphere in the hall became livelier as the wine reached its climax. Most of the cultivator present were bold and unrestrained people, so this kind of unrestrained banquet naturally became a good place for them to express their temperament. The cultivator following Gu Jian all drank and laughed heartily. Although Gu Jian drank a lot, he was not drunk and had been observing Yang Kai all this time. A dazzling figure like Yang Kai had suddenly appeared in star territory, so Gu Jian was naturally very curious about him and wanted to find some clues through this banquet. But to his disappointment, he did not find any useful information. When Yang Kai looked at the young women dancing below, his eyes were clear, without the slightest desire, and when he drank with his subordinates, he also behaved very appropriately. In short, Yang Kai was indeed a person worth befriending. After 3 rounds of wine, Gu Jian suddenly said, "Brother Yang, this Gu has a presumptuous request, but I don't know if I should say it." As soon as these words came out, the hubbub in the hall suddenly subsided. Although the cultivators present seemed to still be drinking and drinking, everyone had undoubtedly heard Gu Jian's words and had diverted some of their attention away from him. "Brother Gu, just say it." Yang Kai put down his wine glass and smiled slightly. He was a little surprised. Throughout the banquet, he had been looking for the right opportunity. He had wanted to discuss Hizeo and Miao with Gu Jian, but before he could find an opportunity, Gu Jian had spoken first. He did not know what the other party's presumptuous request was. "It's like this." Gu Jian's expression turned solemn. This Gu was ambushed by Old Dog Li and suffered a great loss. Although Old Dog Li deserved to die, he was still an elder of my sword union. As for the soul breaker spear he used, my sword union spent countless materials and even dispatched an Origin King-grade artifact refiner to refine it for him, so it can be considered the property of my sword union. Now that he is dead, it stands to reason that this Gu should bring the soul breaker spear back to the home star. Report everything to the Alliance Master. At this point, he looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression. Yang Kai immediately understood what he meant. Brother Gu wants to take back the Soulbreaker spear? Yes. An awkward smile appeared on Gu Jian's face. This Gu also knows that this request is a bit ridiculous. Since Old Dog Li was killed by Brother Yang, then the Soulbreaker spear should belong to Brother Yang. But without the Soulbreaker spear, this Gu cannot report back after returning, so this Gu wants to take back the Soulbreaker spear. Of course, Brother Yang can rest assured. This Gu can guarantee that the value of the Soulbreaker spear will be enough to offset the loss of the Soulbreaker spear. As for the rest of Old Dog Li's belongings, Brother Yang can keep them for himself. Those things do not belong to my sword union. So that's how it is, Yang Kai gently nodded. A contemplative look appeared on his face. Gu Jian did not urge him and simply waited quietly. Inside the hall, it had become silent at some point as everyone was paying attention to the situation. After a while, Yang Kai said, "Good, the Soulbreaker spear is an Origin King-grade artifact and is not cheap. Brother Gu, if I return the Soulbreaker spear to Sword Union, what kind of compensation can I ask for? As long as the value does not exceed the value of the Soulbreaker spear itself, this Gu will do his best to fulfill it." Gu Jian replied solemnly. Yang Kai chuckled. Since Brother Gu is so sincere, this Yang won't be polite. In any case, This artifact is of no use to me. He did not know how to use this spear-shaped artifact himself, and none of the people he knew were suitable to use it, so returning the Soul-Breaker spear would not be a burden to him. Saying so, Yang Kai took out the Soul-Breaker spear from his space ring and placed it in front of Gu Jianxian. Gu Jianxian gestured, and his left sword, Servant Ling Yu, immediately stepped forward and took away this Origin King-grade artifact. Brother Yang's righteousness is something this Gu is grateful for. I wonder what kind of compensation Brother Yang wants. To tell you the truth, although my sword union is not one of the top forces in the Starry Sky territory, it is still quite good. We have a variety of rare cultivation materials and pills, so even if Brother Yang wants some kind of secret art or secret technique, this Gu can find a way to obtain it for you. Yang Kai took out the Soul Breaker spear without hesitation, preparing to make up for Yang Kai's losses as much as possible. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Compensation is not urgent. I will explain it to Brother Gu later. Not urgent? Gu Jianxian was stunned. This Yang wants to ask, which one is Senior Qin Wu Hui? Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk inside the hall, almost everyone's eyes turned towards a certain direction. Yang Kai followed their gazes and found that the person who spoke was a thin old man dressed in gray robes. He looked quite inconspicuous as he sat in the first position directly below Gu Jianxian. Being able to sit in the first position was enough to show how high his status here was. Yang Kai suddenly asking for his name caused a puzzled look to appear on Qin Wu Hui's face. Standing up, he cupped his fists and said, "This old master is Qin Wu Hui. What advice does young Master Yang have for me?" Senior is too polite. Yang Kai smiled. It's like this. I would like to give Senior something. I hope Senior won't refuse. Give this old master something? Qin Wu Hui was confused and at a loss. He was sure that he had never met Yang Kai before and had no interaction with him, but now the other party suddenly said he wanted to give him something. Even though Qin Wu Hui was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still confused by Yang Kai at this moment. Before he could figure it out, though, Yang Kai casually tossed a jade bottle towards him. There was no trace of Saint Qi inside this bottle. Qin Wu Hui caught this jade bottle with one hand and asked in surprise, "Young Master Yang, this is, Senior might as well open it and take a look." Yang Kai smiled. "Naturally, you'll know what's inside." Qin Wu Hui frowned and turned an inquisitive look towards Gu Jianxian. The latter laughed and said, "Since it's a gift from Brother Yang, Old Man Qin should take a look." This young master is also very curious as to what kind of medicine Brother Yang is selling in his gourd. Qin Wu Hui nodded before opening the lid of the jade bottle in front of everyone's eyes and pouring out a spirit pill. This spirit pill was snow-white in color and was only about the size of a soybean. But when this spirit pill entered Qin Wu Hui's eyes, his expression suddenly brightened and his originally bewildered expression became one of excitement, surprise, and disbelief. Immediately, he put this spirit pill under his nose and sniffed it carefully, even sticking out his tongue and licking it. Then, he exclaimed, "This is a 7 orifices exquisite pill?" What? Inside the hall, it was as if a pot had exploded as Mini Cultivator exclaimed. Everyone stared at the spirit pill in Qin Wu Hui's hand before turning to Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to get an answer from Yang Kai. Gu Jianxian's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and asked, "Brother Yang, is this really a 7 orifices exquisite pill?" Senior Qin's eyesight is quite good. This is indeed a 7 orifices exquisite pill. Receiving Yang Kai's affirmation, Qin Wu Hui was so excited that he almost lost his composure. Even Gu Jianxian took a deep breath and quickly said, "Brother Yang is quite generous. It's just 2 trivial spirit pills." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Young Master Yang, why are you?" Qin Wu Hui recovered and gripped the jade bottle tightly as he stared at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he would suddenly give him 2 7 orifices exquisite pills. "I heard that young Master Qin fought with someone many years ago and injured his soul. This 7 orifices exquisite pill should be able to treat the illness. Although I dare not say it will completely cure young Master Qin's soul, it should be able to slowly restore it." Yang Kai smiled towards Qin Wu Hui. "In the future, as long as you recuperate, you should be able to fully recover." Qin Wu Hui stared back at Yang Kai with a look of excitement on his face. Qin Shi Yang's matter had always been a sore point in his heart. Over the years, he had been searching for a spirit pill to treat his worthless son, but unfortunately, even with his status and the support of Gu Jianxian, he had not been able to make any progress. An injury to one's soul was not a simple injury. It was not something that could be healed by ordinary elixirs. If it had been a minor injury, it would have been easy to treat, but Qin Shi Yang had been injured to the point of becoming an idiot. It was rumored that there were only a few spirit pills in this world that could completely heal such injuries, and without exception, these spirit pills were all nearly extinct. Either the pill recipe had been lost, or the materials were unavailable. The Seven Orifices Exquisite Pill was one of these spirit pills. Qin Wu Hui was able to recognize this spirit pill because he had been reading ancient records for so many years and knew that the main ingredient needed to refine this spirit pill was the monster core of a seven-colored elk. The seven-colored elk was an ancient variant that had long since disappeared from the territory of the star and was simply impossible to find. Even if there was one, the monster core of a seven-colored elk could be used to refine a treasure like the 10,000-year incense. So who would use it to refine a Seven Orifices Exquisite Pill? Yet Yang Kai had suddenly taken out two of them. Qin Wu Hui gripped the jade bottle tightly as his lips trembled, not knowing what to say. Brother Yang, I heard that this Seven Orifices Exquisite Pill is an ancient spirit pill that can enhance a cultivator's perception and possibly even improve their aptitude. Is this true? Gu Jianxian suddenly asked. Enhancing one's perception and improving aptitude, this kind of spirit pill was already a heaven-defying existence. Generally speaking, perception and aptitude were innate and could not be changed by external forces, unless one had some kind of extraordinary fortuitous encounter. So, after hearing what Gu Jianxian said, all the cultivator present wore solemn expressions. They realized that if this was true, then the value of these two spirit pills far exceeded the value of the Origin King Grade Soul Severing Spear. Artifacts were external forces, but aptitude and perception were the foundation of a cultivator, so it was obvious which was more important. Chapter 1744. A few days ago, a smug thought suddenly popped up in his mind. I haven't caught a cold for a long time. My body has become much stronger. Then, yesterday, tragedy struck. A stuffy nose, dizziness, throat inflammation. What kind of dream was this? Kai Yang laughed heartily. Brother Gu even believes in such rumors? The Seven Orifices Exquisite Pill is indeed a good spirit pill, but it's not heaven-defying. As far as I know, this spirit pill is useless in enhancing one's perception and aptitude, but it has an unexpected effect in repairing one's soul. So that's how it is. Brother Yang knows so much about the alchemic Tao. Is he also an alchemist? Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. I'm not an alchemist. These two spirit pills were something I brought out from the Emperor Garden. He had already found an excuse for where these two spirit pills had come from. The Emperor Garden. Qin Wu Hui muttered, realizing more and more how precious these two spirit pills were. So that's how it is, Gu Jianxian nodded. Gu Jianxian also wore a relieved look. Only a place like the Emperor Garden would have this kind of ancient spirit pill. It seems that when the Emperor Garden opened a few years ago, Brother Yang went there? And a look of longing appeared on Gu Jianxian's face, but he soon sighed. On the day the Emperor Garden opened, this Gu was in retreat. What a pity otherwise. I'm afraid I would have been able to make friends with Brother Yang a few years ago. It's not too late now, Yang Kai smiled and said. The look of regret on Gu Jianxian's face suddenly disappeared. Young Master Yang. Qin Wu Hui stood below with a worried expression on his face. Such a great gift. This Qin is ashamed to accept it. Senior doesn't need to say that, Yang Kai interrupted him. I gave you these Seven Orifices Exquisite Pills because I wanted to ask something of you. Please speak. Young Master Yang. Qin Wu Hui quickly said. He was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't ask for anything from him. As the saying went, one should not accept a reward without any effort. The value of these two Seven Orifices Exquisite Pills was immeasurable. It wasn't something that could be taken casually. Now that he heard Yang Kai's words, he felt a lot more at ease. It's like this. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. The sisters, Hizeo and Himiao, and I have known each other for several decades. It can be considered fate that we were able to meet each other in the territory of the boundless stars. Furthermore, I heard that they seem to have an agreement with your noble young master, and the contents of that agreement. Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He believed that Gu Jianxian and Qin Wu Hui already understood what he meant. On the other hand, Hizeo and Himiao, who had been standing behind him the whole time, were stunned for a moment before their eyes widened in surprise. Even his breathing was slightly hurried. I see. Gu Jianxian chuckled meaningfully, as if he had learned some incredible secret. Qin Wu Hui, on the other hand, showed a look of embarrassment and guilt as he cupped his fists and said, "This old master was too selfish and did not ask for Hizeo and Himiao's opinions before acting on his own. It was this old master's fault. Since young Master Yang has given my son 2 ancient spirit pills to help him recover, this old master guarantees that the previous agreement will be written off." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai picked up his glass and got up with a smile. Senior's words are straightforward. This junior proposes a toast to Senior. This junior wouldn't dare. Qin Wu Hui also quickly raised his glass and said with a solemn expression, "My son was ignorant. Encountering such a disaster is only natural. Now that young Master Yang has saved him, this old master thanks young Master Yang. This old master will definitely discipline him strictly in the future and set him on the right path so that he will not fail to live up to young Master Yang's good intentions." The two drained their glasses of wine. Only then did Yang Kai take a seat. Sitting in a seat in the corner of the hall, Yushi cast a grateful look towards Yang Kai. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to resolve this matter so easily. Originally, this kind of matter was very offensive, no matter how easy it was to persuade Qin Wu Hui. No matter how high Yang Kai's position in Gu Jianxian's mind was, this was still a matter that would cause others to lose face. But under the premise that Yang Kai had given him 2 ancient spirit pills, not only had Qin Wu Hui not lost face, he had also gained a lot. It could be said that everyone was happy. However, this kind of price was something only Yang Kai could casually take out. Hizeo Himiao. Qin Wu Hui stood in place and did not immediately take a seat, instead calling out to them before waving his hand and sending 2 streams of light towards the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters had not yet recovered from their excitement and joy, only reflexively grabbing the 2 streams of light in their hands before looking up at Qin Wu Hui. "This old master has made you worry for some time, so these 2 things can be considered compensation. I hope you can assist young master wholeheartedly in the future and not bear any grudges against this old master," Qin Wu Hui said sincerely. "Disciple wouldn't dare." Disciple thanks Elder Qin for this reward. Hizeo and Himiao bowed together before beginning to examine the things in their hands. At a glance, they quickly discovered that both of them were origin-grade mid-rank artifacts. Both of them were curved daggers that seemed to be able to be combined into one to form a round blade. From the looks of it, both of them were extremely valuable. With their current cultivation, it was impossible for them to obtain origin-grade mid-rank artifacts under normal circumstances, unless they were gifted by their honored master or elders. However, Yushi herself was not very rich, so how could she possibly bestow so many artifacts? Only a person like Qin Wu Hui could casually take out 2 origin-grade mid-rank artifacts. The 2 sisters knew that being able to receive such treatment was all thanks to Yang Kai. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could Qin Wu Hui have given them 2 artifacts so casually? Standing behind Yang Kai and staring at his back, the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. "Brother Yang." Gu Jianxian smiled bitterly to the side, rubbing his forehead as he muttered, "With you acting like this Gu doesn't know how to compensate you. We still haven't finished discussing the Soulbreaker Spear." Before, he had wanted to compensate Yang Kai for the loss of the Soulbreaker Spear, but Yang Kai had not immediately made a request. Now, although the matter between him and Qin Wu Hui seemed to be a fair trade, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yang Kai had suffered a big loss. After all, whether it was Qin Wu Hui, Hizeo, or Himiao, they were all members of Sword Union. Yang Kai had given them 2 spirit pills, but he hadn't received anything in return. What's more, Those were two extinct ancient spirit pills. So, Gujian Xian suddenly felt that he owed Yang Kai a great deal. Brother Yang, tell me, what kind of compensation do you want? This brother is already mentally prepared to be slaughtered by you, Gujian Xian joked. That won't be necessary, Yang Kai smiled. In fact, I have already thought about the compensation. It will be a piece of cake for Brother Gu. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Gujian Xian put on a serious look while the others also turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what exactly he wanted from him. Especially Qinwu Hui, his expression was very focused, as if as long as Yang Kai stated the conditions, he would be willing to do his best to satisfy them. We're going to Azure Tree Star this time, right? Yang Kai asked. Yes. May I ask, is Azure Tree Star fully under the control of Sword Union? Yes. The entire Azure Tree Star belongs to my Sword Union, Gujian Xian proudly said. My Sword Union is in charge of 3 cultivation stars like Azure Tree Star. Then it's simple, Yang Kai smiled slightly. I want a territory that covers an area of 10,000 kilometers. I won't occupy rich ground. As long as it's not too barren, it's fine. 10,000 kilometers? Gujian Xian raised his brow. 5,000 kilometers is fine as well, Yang Kai added. Haha, Brother Yang, you're too polite. Not to mention 10,000 kilometers, even 100,000 kilometers is fine. Gujian Xian laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. 100,000 kilometers is nothing to Azure Tree Star. To the Azure Tree Planet, it's nothing much. It's settled then. When we reach the Azure Tree Planet, I'll send someone to negotiate with you. As for where to choose, you can make your own decision. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he didn't react much, simply smiling and saying, since Brother Gu says so, then I won't be polite. After all, he was the Star Master of Shadowed Star. A trivial 100,000 kilometers was not too big of a shock to him. There's no need to be polite between you and me. Gujian Xian stretched out his hand. Ling Yu immediately stepped forward and filled the cups for him and Yang Kai. Brother Yang, may I ask, what do you want this territory for? Do you want to settle down on Azure Tree Star? Gujian Xian asked with great expectation. If Yang Kai really thought so, then this was definitely good news for Gujian Xian. This was undoubtedly good news for Gujian Xian. He had been worried about not being able to win over Yang Kai, but if Yang Kai decided to settle down on Azure Tree Star, wouldn't he have many opportunities to interact with him in the future? It's not necessary to settle down. It's not a bad idea to use it as a temporary residence. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Brother Yang is quite ambitious. Brother Gu, how about I discuss another business deal with you? Please speak, Brother Yang. I need a large number of space spirit crystals. I wonder if Brother Gu has any way to obtain them? Of course, I can use Saint Crystals to buy them, or exchange them for some other things. I won't let Sword Union suffer a loss. Brother Yang is too serious. Since it's a business deal, this Gu naturally won't refuse, but space spirit crystals are a scarce commodity in the entire star territory. How about this? When we arrive at Azure Tree Star, I'll help you inquire about them. Good, then I'll have to trouble you. The banquet went on for an entire day before it was finally over. Yang Kai returned to his room and took a bath to dispel the smell of alcohol from his body. Afterward, Yushi, Hizeo, and He Miao visited him together to thank him. This kind of thing was a trivial matter to him. The materials used to refine the 7 Apertures exquisite pill were all things he had collected himself over the years. The only precious thing was the monster core of the 7-colored elk. This was the harvest he obtained after killing a variant 7-colored elk monster beast in the Emperor Garden. He had no use for it until now, so this time, he decided to use it to refine a spirit pill. However, for the Master and Apprentice trio, this was a major event that would affect their future. Yang Kai could feel the heartfelt gratitude from the Master and Apprentice trio, which made him feel somewhat emotional. Because of their different positions, the power they possessed was different, and the things they could do were also very different. It was like an iron rod that an ant could not move even if it tried its best, but a mortal could reach out and pick it up. After sending off the Master and Disciple trio, Yang Kai closed his door and refused to entertain any guests. Taking advantage of the time he still had to travel, he began cultivating his various secret techniques. Whether it was his golden blood threads, his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, or his space force, all of them required time to accumulate and consolidate. The road ahead was safe, and after encountering the sneak attack of Li Ming Hai and the others, the starship did not encounter any further trouble. It was not until more than 20 days later that they finally arrived at Azure Tree Star. Chapter 1745. Within star territory, there were many cultivation stars, and because of their different world principles, there was still a huge gap between them. Whether it was the world energy, the materials produced, the number of cultivator living on a cultivation star, or the achievements they could achieve, there was a huge disparity depending on the cultivation star. For example, on Tongxian Realm, the world energy there was extremely thin, and a cultivator could only reach the Saint Realm. On some cultivation stars, the limit of a cultivator was the Saint King Realm, origin returning realm. Although Shadowed Star was rich in world energy, enough for a cultivator to break through to the origin King Realm, because of the suppression of world principles, the cultivator could not sense the mysteries of the origin King Realm and could only sigh. Among the many cultivation stars, the most fertile ones would be regarded as the home stars of the various great forces. For example, Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce's Water Moon Star, Sword Union Sword Star, Purple Star's Glorious Purple Star. These main planets were superior to other cultivation stars in various aspects. Azure Tree Star, on the other hand, could only be regarded as an ordinary cultivation star, about the same size as Shadowed Star, but about half the size. In front of Azure Tree Palace, Gu Jianxion's starship slowly landed, and Sword Union's cultivator had already arrived to greet it. The one in the lead was a beautiful woman. She had a pretty face and a graceful figure. She wore a long black robe, and her soft breasts were about to burst out of her clothes. Her graceful waist was weak, and her legs were straight and slender. She had an amiable smile on her face, and her watery eyes contained a myriad of emotions. A mature aura lingered in the surroundings. As soon as Gu Jianxion disembarked from the starship, he greeted enthusiastically, "Aunt Lan. Long time no see." The beautiful woman called Aunt Lan smiled and said, "Greetings, young Union Master. Subordinate has been waiting for you for a long time." Saying so, she bowed gracefully, and the cultivator behind her also hurriedly bowed in greeting. "There are no outsiders here. Aunt Lan doesn't need to be so polite," Gu Jianxion said with a smile. It was obvious that he had a good relationship with this beautiful woman. Etiquette cannot be ignored. Aunt Lan smiled sweetly, her pair of beautiful eyes seemingly able to speak as she glanced behind Gu Jianxion before gently nodding to Qin Wu Hui as a greeting. Only then did her gaze settle on Yang Kai. A hint of suspicion appeared on his face. She was very clear about the people around Gu Jianxion, but Yang Kai's face was unfamiliar to her. He scanned the area with his divine sense. He discovered that Yang Kai was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Naturally, she had some doubts. "It's windy outside. Let's go in first." Gu Jianxion did not immediately introduce Yang Kai to the beautiful woman, instead saying such a sentence. Aunt Lan's beautiful eyes flashed. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Yes, young Alliance Master, come this way." As he spoke, he led the way. The Azure Tree Palace was a symbolic building on the Azure Tree Star. It was the headquarters of the Sword Alliance on the Azure Tree Star and the place where they managed the Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai quietly followed behind and observed the beautiful woman called Aunt Lan. Although he did not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, from the feeling he got from this beautiful woman, he could tell she was an Origin King Realm Master. After all, Azure Tree Star was extremely important to the Sword Alliance, so it was understandable that there would be an Origin King Realm Master here. This beautiful woman called Aunt Lan should be a first-order Origin King cultivator because her aura was almost the same as Li Ming Hai's, but far from Luo Hai's. The Azure Tree Palace covered a large area, so after entering and dispersing the crowd, Gu Jianxion introduced Yang Kai. Through Gu Jianxion's introduction, Yang Kai learned that this beautiful woman was called Luo Lan, and as he expected, she was indeed a first-order Origin King. Aunt Lan is the Star Master of Azure Tree Star and is responsible for all matters of the Sword Alliance here. Gu Jianxion said, "Star Master?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "Haha, Brother Yang, There's no need to be surprised. Gu Jianxin seemed to have known what kind of reaction Yang Kai would have and said with a smile, "This Star Master is not the kind of Star Master you think she is, it's just a title." So, it's just a title. Yang Kai felt relieved. After all, in his understanding, any Star Master was a third-order origin king, and it seemed that only third-order origin kings were qualified to refine the star sources of stars. Luo Hai being able to become the Star Master of Green Mountain Star was nothing more than a stroke of luck, while Yang Kai becoming the Star Master of Shadowed Star was all thanks to Yang Yan's help. Luo Lan was just a first-order origin king, so if she could become a Star Master, it could only be said that she had a great opportunity. However, if it was just a title, then it was not a big deal. Any origin king sent by Sword Alliance to Azure Tree Star to manage everything here could be called a Star Master. This Star Master was just a position, a title, and did not have the convenience or advantages of a real Star Master. Little brother, you look very surprised. Have you met a Star Master before? Luo Lan had the keen intuition of a woman and immediately inferred something from the change in Yang Kai's demeanor. A few years ago, I was fortunate enough to meet Master Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai explained casually. Luo Hai. Luo Lan murmured. A few years ago? It seems that little brother participated in the blood prison trial? And, Brother Yang, you even participated in the blood prison trial? Gu Jianxin was shocked as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. It seemed that Yang Kai's achievements were not just due to good luck. Gu Jianxin had learned from Yang Kai that he had been to the Emperor Garden when it opened, and he had also participated in the blood prison trial. To be able to escape unscathed from 2 danger zones in a row, one would not be able to rely on luck if one did not have some ability. Admirable, admirable, Gu Jianxin said sincerely as he cupped his fists, a look of admiration filling his face. Haha. Kai Yang's mouth twitched. Unfortunately, less than 2 years after the blood prison trial, Luo Hai seemed to have been killed. This matter shook the entire star territory, Luo Lan said faintly. This young master has also heard about this matter. I never imagined that a master like Luo Hai would be killed. I wonder who did it. Kai Yang remained silent, his face unperturbed. By the way, Ani Lan, when I came here this time, I was ambushed by Li Ming Hai. Gu Jianxin changed the subject. What? Luo Lan's beautiful face paled. Were you injured? My injuries have been healed, and it was all thanks to Brother Yang's help. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape. Him? Luo Lan glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. Although she did not know what had happened, since Gu Jianxin said that Yang Kai had helped them out of danger, she naturally would not question him. Wearing a serious expression, she said, "Many thanks for little brother's help. This mistress will definitely repay this kindness. Senior is too polite. Brother Gu and I have become old friends at first sight. This is just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning," Yang Kai said modestly. A trivial matter. Luo Lan's expression became extremely strange. Being ambushed by an Origin King Realm Master was not a trivial matter. She could almost imagine what kind of amazing risk it was. If anything had gone wrong, Gu Jianxin would not be standing in front of her at this moment, but instead buried in some unknown corner of star territory. What about that bastard Li Ming Hai? Luo Lan turned her gaze to Gu Jianxin again. Her expression cold as murderous intent flashed across her beautiful eyes. He actually dared to do such a thing. There will be no place for him in star territory. He's dead, Gu Jianxin quickly said. Luo Lan's mouth fell open for a moment before she asked, "How did he die?" Gu Jianxin glanced over at Yang Kai. Luo Lan turned her surprised gaze towards him. Yang Kai smiled and said with a harmless look on his face, "While he and Brother Gu were fighting like a raging fire, I secretly attacked him." Luo Lan was suddenly rendered speechless, but after a long time, she suddenly smiled and said, "Little brother is truly hiding his strength." He was a little too complacent at the time. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing his casual expression, Luo Lan immediately knew that Yang Kai did not want to talk about this topic any longer. So she tactfully said, "Li Ming Hai courted his own death, so he can't blame others for it. However, young master was able to escape this time thanks to the help of a benefactor. so don't be so rash in the future. I know. Gu Jian Xian nodded solemnly. Anilan. I brought Brother Yang here this time mainly because I wanted to talk to you about something. What is it? Brother Yang wants to build a palace on Azure Tree Star and needs an area of 100,000 kilometers. Anilan, do you have a suitable location? 100,000 kilometers. Luo Lan pondered for a moment before saying, there are many places, but I don't know what kind of location little brother would prefer. How about this? Tomorrow I will have someone bring a map of Azure Tree Star for little brother to choose for himself. Good. Then I'll have to trouble Senior. Little brother doesn't need to be so polite. You saved young master's life, so 100,000 kilometer territory is nothing to Sword Union. Then this junior will take his leave first. I will disturb Senior again tomorrow. Yang Kai knew that Gu Jian Xian had brought him here to meet with Luo Lan so that they could discuss the 100,000 kilometer territory. They would definitely have some confidential matters to discuss next, so it would not be appropriate for him to stay. I'll see you out. Gu Jian Xian stretched out his hand and led Yang Kai out. Outside, a maidservant led Yang Kai to a certain room in the Azure Tree Palace to rest. After Yang Kai left, Luo Lan released her divine sense before reaching out and activating the many barriers in the room to ensure that no one could spy on them. Only then did she ask seriously, Young Master, that young man named Yang Kai, is he trustworthy? And, according to my observations along the way, he has nothing to do with my Sword Union. He appearing at the place where Li Ming Hai ambushed me was just a coincidence because when he was passing by, he was attacked by Li Ming Hai. He was attacked by Li Ming Hai but didn't die? Luo Lan's expression changed slightly. I can't imagine how he resolved it. Gu Jian Xian slowly shook his head. However, there is no doubt about his strength. He said what he said before just to give me face. The reason why Li Ming Hai died can almost be said to be his own strength. Although there is some suspicion of a sneak attack, but, Anilan, have you ever heard of an Origin returning Realm Master killing an Origin King? Chapter 1746. No. Luo Lan shook her head solemnly before glaring at Gu Jian Xian. What's wrong? Has Auntie Lan lived long? Is Auntie Lan old? Gu Jian Xian scratched his head awkwardly, but soon put on a serious expression and said, Moreover, according to my observation, when he attacked and killed Li Ming Hai, he seemed to have used his space force. Luo Lan's attention was really diverted, and she whispered, Space force? He can use that kind of power to fight his enemy? More than that, Gu Jian Xian recalled the scene at that time, his expression constantly changing as his voice gradually lowered. His attainments in the Tao of space seemed to have reached an unprecedented level. He was able to condense space force into a blade that could swallow and banish Li Ming Hai's body. Luo Lan could not help covering her mouth. In short, I just want to make friends with this person, not offend him, so I'll have to ask Anilan to pay more attention to him in the future. Don't worry, since he asked for 100,000 kilometers, there will always be opportunities to meet him in the future. Luo Lan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was very interested in Yang Kai. Tell Anilan about the battle between you and Li Ming Hai in detail. It's quite interesting. Sword Union moved quickly, or rather, Luo Lan's efficiency was very high. Yang Kai stayed in Azure Wood Palace for a day, and on the second day, a servant suddenly came to report to Yang Kai that Luo Lan had invited him over to discuss something important. This immediately reminded Yang Kai of the 100,000 kilometer boundary, so he did not delay and left the room with the servant. Following the other party around the Azure Wood Palace, after a short while, Yang Kai saw Gu Jian Xian standing in a corridor in casual clothes, smiling and waving at him. Left sword servant Ling Yu and right sword servant Enxing stood behind him. Brother Gu. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. Is Brother Yang used to living here? Gu Jian Xian asked enthusiastically. Extremely. Yang Kai replied. That's good. This Gu was worried about not being a good host. Since Brother Yang is living here so comfortably, then I'll leave. Then I'm relieved. Yes, Senior Luo called me over because, just as you think. Gu Jian Xian winked at Yang Kai before enthusiastically putting his arm around his shoulder and saying, Come with me. Walking in the corridor. Soon, They arrived at the end of the path. Ahead of them was a curtain of light that prevented them from seeing the scenery in front of them clearly. It was like a curtain of water was blocking them. On the curtain of light, there were countless rice-sized talismans and patterns that swam back and forth like fish, appearing profound and complicated. Gu Jianxian ignored them completely and continued to move forward, instructing the left and right sword servants, "You stay here. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without question." "Yes." Ling Yu and Xing replied in unison, not moving forward. Gu Jianxian, on the other hand, took Yang Kai directly through the light curtain. His vision blurred, and Yang Kai found himself in another world. It was silent here, except for a huge spherical object. There was nothing else. The sphere was about 10 feet in diameter. On the surface of the sphere, there were some irregular patterns of earthy yellow, water blue, and green wood that intertwined with each other, forming the surface of the sphere. When Yang Kai arrived here, the spherical object was still rotating clockwise at a subtle speed. As for Luolan, she stood to the side and greeted with a smile, "Little brother." "Senior Luo." Yang Kai hurriedly returned the greeting, but his attention was soon attracted by the spherical object in front of him. Neither Luolan nor Gu Jianxian seemed to have any intention of explaining. Instead, they were observing Yang Kai's expression with great interest. After a while, Yang Kai showed a look of realization and turned to look at Luolan and Gu Jianxian. He asked in surprise, "Is this the shape of the azure tree star after it has shrunk countless times?" "Little brother has good eyesight." Luolan nodded with a smile. "It is indeed the shape of the azure tree star after it has shrunk countless times. Our sword union spent 100 years and dispatched countless cultivators to survey the geographical environment of the entire azure tree star. It took a lot of effort to measure the size of the various regions' territory. The map senior mentioned yesterday, was it referring to this?" Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. "Yes." Gu Jianxian smiled and nodded. "The map Aunt Lan mentioned yesterday was referring to this object, which is why we waited until today to let Brother Yang see it. With this, it's much more convenient." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder and circled around the spherical object. Soon, he figured out what the various colors on the spherical object represented. The earthen yellow color undoubtedly represented the land. As for the water blue color, it was the sea. As for the cyan color, it was the forest. There were also a small number of colors that did not belong to the three colors, which presumably corresponded to some rare territory such as swamps, deserts, and so on. The Sword Union's method was quite amazing, but it took 100 years. Only such a great force could do something like this. Taking a closer look, there were many large and small city-like symbols on the spherical object, which obviously represented the places where the cultivators on the azure tree star settled. With this, it would be much easier for Luolan to manage the azure tree star. While Yang Kai was observing, Luolan took the initiative to explain to him. As Yang Kai expected, the different colors did indeed correspond to different geographical environments, and depending on the depth of the color, one could also see the richness of the world energy in a certain place. The lighter the color, the thinner the world energy, and vice versa, the richness. After briefly explaining to Yang Kai, Luolan said, "Because little brother wants a place with a radius of 100,000 kilometers, neither too big nor too small, this queen has also selected a few locations for you to choose from. Of course, this is only this queen's humble opinion. If you are not satisfied, you can choose from any place on the azure tree star." Yang Kai was slightly moved and cupped his fists. This junior does not dare to disobey senior's kindness. Please give me some pointers. "Little brother, you don't have to be so polite," Luolan smiled. With a wave of her hand, the spherical object in front of her spun faster and soon came to a stop. Luolan then pointed to a place and said, "This is the first place this queen has chosen for you. It is surrounded by mountains and faces the Peace River. The resources produced here are quite abundant, and the world energy here is relatively rich. There is also a peace city nearby, which can also belong to little brother." "A city? Is that okay?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. He just wanted a piece of land that was not too barren. He did not expect the other party to be willing to give him a city. "It's not a big deal, it's just a city," Gu Jianxian grinned meaningfully. Yes, on the Azure Tree Star, there are at least 8,000 such cities. It is little brother's good fortune to have taken a fancy to it, Luo Lan said with a smile. Yang Kai did not know what Gu Jianxian had said to her yesterday, but Yang Kai felt that Luo Lan's attitude towards him had changed slightly today, as if she had become much more enthusiastic. If little brother is not satisfied with this place, then take a look here. Luo Lan waved her hand again, and the spherical object began to spin again. After coming to a stop, Luo Lan pointed to a certain place and said, "This place is also good. This queen has been there before. The scenery is beautiful, the people here are illustrious, and there are many beautiful women here." Seeing Yang Kai's indifferent appearance, Luo Lan immediately introduced the next place to him. After introducing 7 or 8 places in succession, Yang Kai still had no reaction. Strictly speaking, the places Luo Lan chose for Yang Kai were indeed quite good. The world energy here was extremely rich, and she had considered all aspects thoroughly. However, Yang Kai did not seem to be satisfied with any of them, causing Luo Lan to wonder what Yang Kai wanted. "Senior Luo, is there a suitable place on the sea?" Yang Kai saw that Luo Lan was about to introduce another place and quickly interrupted her. "The sea?" Luo Lan raised her brow and smiled. "So little brother wants to live across the sea. What do you think of this location?" Half an hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the mysterious place with a satisfied look on his face. After some investigation and comparison, he finally chose a place called Twin Shark Island. This place could be said to be 2 islands, but it could also be said to be one because they were connected to each other. Looking down from above, the 2 islands were like 2 sharks swimming side by side in the sea. The image was vivid and lifelike. This was why it was called Twin Shark Island. The area it occupied was in line with Yang Kai's requirements, not too much and not too little, about 100,000 kilometers. 500,000 kilometers away from Twin Shark Island, there was also a city near the sea. This island was relatively remote on the Azure Tree Star. Luo Lan and Gu Jianxian didn't understand why Yang Kai chose such a place. After all, compared to the locations that Luo Lan had introduced to him before, Twin Shark Island didn't have any major advantages other than its good world energy. Yang Kai had given up what was close at hand to seek what was far away, so no matter how they looked at it, this was a losing deal. But since Yang Kai had agreed, they had nothing to say. As a result, Twin Shark Island would become Yang Kai's territory from now on. As long as Gu Jianxian's sect was still in charge of the Sword Union, no one could take Twin Shark Island from him. This was also Gu Jianxian's promise to Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not care too much about it. In any case, the territory was now in his hands, so if anyone dared to try and snatch it from him in the future, they would first have to consider whether they were strong enough. The next day, Yang Kai bid farewell to Luo Lan and Gu Jianxian and prepared to set off for Twin Shark Island. Outside the Azure Tree Palace, Gu Jianxian said with some guilt, "Brother Yang, this Gu is unable to personally send you there. This time, I came to Azure Tree Star for an important matter, so I really can't spare any time." "Brother Gu, you don't need to be so polite. I know how to get to Twin Shark Island. Moreover, with Senior Luo's handwritten order and token, it will be very convenient to deal with matters there. Brother Gu, you don't need to worry about it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Gu Jianxian said, "That's good." He then smiled mysteriously. "However, Brother Yang, there are a few people who want to go to Twin Shark Island with you. I hope you won't refuse." Chapter 1747. Someone wants to go with me? Who? Yang Kai frowned. He hadn't heard anything about this before. Gu Jianxian looked to the side, and Yang Kai followed his line of sight and saw 3 familiar faces. "Young Master Yang." Yushi walked over slowly and stood not far away. "Big Brother Yang." He Zhao and He Miao also called out. Yang Kai looked at Gu Jianxian, who shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "I have expelled them from Sword Union. As the young Union Master, I still have the right to do so." Yang Kai's expression changed. "Then I asked them what they plan to do in the future, and they said they want to follow you. But I don't know if you're willing to take them in," Gu Jianxian added with a grin. "This Yang thanks Brother Gu for his kindness," Yang Kai said seriously. With his shrewdness, how could he not see that Gu Jianxian was helping him? After all, he was alone on Azure Tree Star, and although he was strong, There were some things that were inconvenient for him to handle personally, and there were no capable helpers to help him. However, if Yushi and her two disciples followed him, the situation would be different. Some trivial matters could be handed over to them to handle, and if it was inconvenient for him to show up, they could do it for him. This would also prevent Yushi and her two disciples from encountering any embarrassing situations in Sword Union in the future. As Yang Kai had said before, after the incident with Qin Shi Yang, it would be difficult for Yushi and her two disciples to gain a foothold in Sword Union. No matter where they went, they would be accused of being ingrates and would inevitably be pointed at by others. Now that they had been expelled from Sword Union, such a thing would naturally not happen again. Gu Jianxian was thoughtful. It could also be said that he wanted to leave a good impression on Yang Kai, which was why he had facilitated this matter. Towards his good intentions, Kai Yang naturally had no reason to refuse. He looked up at Yushi and her two disciples and asked solemnly, "Are you willing to follow me? As long as young master is willing to take us in, Yushi is willing to serve you." Yushi quickly replied, "We are also willing." The two sisters said in unison, "Well, from now on, you will follow me." Yang Kai nodded. "Many thanks, young master." Yushi gracefully bowed, her face overflowing with joy. "Little brother." Luo Lan, who had been standing to the side, only interjected at this moment. "As for the space spirit crystals you need, they're quite valuable. For the time being, this consort is unable to gather too much. However, this consort will do her best to collect them. After some time, I'll have someone send them to you. How about it?" "Then I'll have to trouble you, senior." After Yang Kai chose Twin Shark Island as his territory, he proposed to Gu Jianxian and Luo Lan to purchase a large number of space spirit crystals. However, this thing was really rare. Luo Lan couldn't find too many in a short time. However, with her promise, he would be able to get some Yang Kai sooner or later. Subsequently, Yang Kai led Yushi and her two disciples away. Summoning his star shuttle, Yang Kai left the Bluewood Palace. Gu Jianxian and the others watched Yang Kai disappear into the distance before returning. Even if they used the space arrays on Azure Tree Star, it would still take half a month to reach Twin Shark Island. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the token given to him by Luo Lan. With this token, all the space arrays of the major cities were open to Yang Kai. According to the route Luo Lan had set for him, Yang Kai constantly used the space arrays and finally arrived at Twin Shark Island in less than half a month. Although Twin Shark Island was remote, there was still a space array that connected it to the outside world. When the figures of Yang Kai and the others appeared on the array, the leader of the cultivators responsible for guarding this place immediately stepped forward and looked them up and down before routinely asking, "What brings you to Twin Shark Island?" Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this person was just a third-order Saint King cultivator. The other cultivators responsible for guarding this place were also not very strong. From the strength of these cultivators, it could be inferred that the total strength of the entire Twin Shark Island should not be very strong. Yang Kai did not answer, and instead took out the token given to him by Luo Lan and waved it in front of the cultivator. "What is this?" The cultivator's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the object. "You don't know?" Yang Kai frowned. "And, if you don't know, then forget it. What is the name of your island master, and where is he? Take me to him." The cultivator was shocked by Yang Kai's aggressive attitude. Although he did not know what the token represented, he could faintly guess that Yang Kai's background was not small. Immediately, he restrained his previous carelessness and replied suspiciously, "My island master is Zhu Liang. May I ask where these friends are from, and if you know the island master's master?" Yang Kai did not answer, but Yushi coldly snorted, "Is my young lord's identity something you can ask? Hurry up and lead the way." While speaking, she inadvertently released her shirt, causing the cultivator's complexion to change drastically. Realizing that this man and three women were not people he could contend with, he hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and led the way. This was one of the benefits of having subordinates. Yushi could act like a bully, elevating Yang Kai's identity and status, thus eliminating some of the need for complex inquiries. Yang Kai cast a look of approval at Yushi, who pursed her lips into a smile. The strength of Twin Shark Island's island master, Zhu Liang, was not high. He was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. On such an isolated island, it was difficult for a powerful cultivator to appear. After Yang Kai showed the token in Luo Lan's order, Zhu Liang immediately submitted to Yang Kai and acknowledged him as his master. Taking over Twin Shark Island so smoothly made Yang Kai very satisfied. You will still be the island master in the future. You will manage Twin Shark Island the same way you used to manage it. I will not interfere. If there is anything you need to report, just tell Madame Yu, and she will convey it to me. Yes. Seemingly realizing that Yang Kai was easy to talk to, Zhu Liang gradually became less nervous. Island Master Zhu, subordinate is here. Zhu Liang quickly responded, I dare not accept the title of Island Master. Master can just call Zhu Liang by name in the future. Yang Kai gently nodded. Tell me about the situation of Twin Shark Island. Yes. Zhu Liang pondered for a moment, seeming to be organizing his words. After a while, he said, Twin Shark Island covers an area of about 100,000 kilometers. The world energy on the island is quite good, but the resources it produces are somewhat lacking. Currently, the island has a permanent population of about 200,000 people. Their cultivations are generally not high. This subordinate is not talented, but although I am only a first-order origin returning realm, I can be considered the strongest on Twin Shark Island. In addition to this subordinate, there are 3 other first-order origin returning realm masters, who are the island's vice-island masters and elders. This subordinate has set up an elder council to jointly manage Twin Shark Island with several other elders. 500,000 kilometers east of Twin Shark Island, there is a city bordering the sea. My Twin Shark Island space array is connected to that city. To the west and south, there are several other islands several dozen to 1,000,000 kilometers away. The situation is roughly the same as Twin Shark Island. The relationship between these islands can be considered peaceful, with occasional exchanges. The biggest danger here is the sea beasts. Every time the sea beasts attack, many people will die, but with Master here, I think Twin Shark Island will be much safer in the future. While he was introducing Yang Kai, Zhu Liang also flattered him without leaving a trace. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Zhu Liang continued, the biggest output of Twin Shark Island and the nearby islands is the monster cores of sea beasts. Every year, many foreign cultivators come to Twin Shark Island to hunt for sea beasts. After half an hour of questioning, Yang Kai gained a slight understanding of Twin Shark Island's situation. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this place, which was very suitable for his next plan. However, he still needed to choose a place here before he could begin implementing his plan. Yang Kai decided to investigate it himself. After letting Zhu Liang leave, Yang Kai greeted Yushi and her 2 masters before flying his star shuttle alone and beginning to investigate the terrain of Twin Shark Island. This round of investigation took him 8 days to go around the entire Twin Shark Island. In the end, Yang Kai chose a territory in the southeast that was close to the sea and had good scenery. Most importantly, there was a large open space with few traces of any cultivator. Yang Kai found Zhu Liang again and asked him to recruit some cultivator from Twin Shark Island to build a palace for him. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't let others work for free and would pay them Saint Crystals as a reward. How could Zhu Liang not agree to such a good thing? Even if Yang Kai didn't pay him Saint Crystals, he would still do it for Yang Kai, not to mention Yang Kai being so reasonable. There were 200,000 people on Twin Shark Island, so under Zhu Liang's orders, 1,000 of them were casually recruited and began to build the land chosen by Yang Kai. The speed at which the cultivator worked was naturally extremely fast, and in less than half a month, a magnificent palace covering an area of more than 10 kilometers was completed. Zhu Liang even added some furniture and decorations to the palace out of his own pocket. It wasn't until this time that Yang Kai took Yushi and her 2 masters to move in. The palace was very large, and with only 4 people living in it, it was extremely quiet. Yushi and her 2 masters didn't know why Yang Kai had built such a huge palace here, nor did they dare ask, so they just obediently followed Yang Kai and served him wholeheartedly. That night, Yang Kai called them to his room. What instructions does young lord have for calling us over? Yushi asked curiously. It's nothing important, sit down, Yang Kai gestured. After they were seated, Yang Kai said, since you have chosen to follow me in the future, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. I have a sect called High Heaven Sect, and I am the sect master. The headquarters of this sect is on a very distant cultivation star. Are you willing to join High Heaven Sect? The three masters and disciples glanced at each other before turning to Yang Kai and nodding almost without thinking. Naturally, we are willing. Good. Then, from now on, you are also members of High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai smiled and said, the sect's headquarters is a long way from here, so I'm afraid you won't have a chance to visit it anytime soon, but rest assured, one day, I will take you there. High Heaven Sect will not be weak in the future. Chapter 1748. Next, Yang Kai inquired about the secret arts and artifacts Yushi and her two disciples cultivated. The three of them explained in detail, not concealing anything. In terms of secret arts, Yang Kai could not give them too much advice and could only let them explore and cultivate on their own. As for artifacts, he was not stingy. Yushi originally had 2 origin-grade artifacts, but both were origin-grade low rank. Although they could improve her combat power, it was still limited. Yang Kai gave his feather spirit arrow and the array plate that sealed the spectral cloud array to Yushi. With the improvement of his strength, these 2 artifacts had become somewhat useless to him. It was a pity to throw them away and useless to him. Needless to say, the feather spirit arrow was a powerful artifact. Once Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it and activated it, it would release a powerful burst of power. Unfortunately, the Saint Chi stored in this artifact could only be used twice. After that, it would need to be recharged again. With Yang Kai's current means, he didn't need to use these artifacts when facing a third-order origin returning realm master, and if he encountered an origin king, the power of the feather spirit arrow would not be ideal. It was a perfect gift for Yushi to enhance her strength. The same was true for the array plate that sealed the spectral cloud array, which was of little use to Yang Kai. However, if these 2 artifacts were given to Yushi, they would greatly enhance her strength. With these 2 artifacts, Yushi's first-order origin returning realm cultivation would be enough to pose a life-threatening threat to a third-order cultivator. With these 2 artifacts in hand, Yushi was overjoyed. Although she had Qin Wu Hui to look after her in Sword Union, she was also following Gu Jian Xian. But how could she have the opportunity to obtain such good things? Kai Yang's generosity and wealth made her secretly shocked, but at the same time pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai did not give Hizeo and He Miao any artifacts because the 2 sisters had just received an artifact reward from Qin Wu Hui. The 2 origin-grade mid-rank scimitar artifacts had been refined by them for a period of time and had gradually figured out how to use them. When the 2 scimitars were combined into one, they could form a circular blade. The grade of this artifact was comparable to origin-grade high rank, and its lethality was astonishing. Something like a secret treasure. More was not always better. It had to be useful. Yang Kai handed the 2 origin condensing pills to Hizeo and He Miao. With their current situation, as long as they accumulated enough strength, they would be able to break through to the origin returning realm. Other than that, Yang Kai also gave the 3 of them a large number of saint crystals and pills for their cultivation. Thus, he sent them off to cultivate in seclusion. Next, Yang Kai began to set up a super space array here, preparing to connect to the transit station he had left behind. He purposely chose the innermost palace as the location to set up the space array. With great familiarity, he refined all kinds of materials and engraved the formation. Infusing spatial energy, in just a few days, a super space array was formed. The space spirit crystals in Yang Kai's hand had also been used up after he finished setting up the spirit array. The number of space spirit crystals was almost insufficient to meet the requirements of the spirit array, but fortunately, Yang Kai's luck was good, and he didn't make any mistakes in his calculations, allowing him to complete the spirit array in the end. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai checked the situation of Yushi and her 2 disciples and found that they were still in retreat. Only then did Yang Kai insert some saint crystals into the spirit array and activate it. After another transit station, Yang Kai soon arrived at the Ore Star. In the underground ruin that Yang Kai had discovered before, it was brightly lit and countless cultivators were bustling about. Yang Kai found that not only were there disciples from High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall here, but there were also people from Clear Sky Sect and Colored Glass Sect, as well as many cultivators from other sects that had good relations with High Heaven Sect. It seemed that Yi Shi-yun and the others had established a foothold here, which was why the cultivator from other sects had come here to mine. Sect Master Yang? Just as Yang Kai was observing, a surprised call came from not far away. Yang Kai turned his head and found that this person was actually MOU of Clear Sky Sect. Senior MO, Yang Kai greeted with a smile. It really is Sect Master Yang. MOU was overjoyed and quickly walked over. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else, but I didn't expect it to really be you. Where did Sect Master Yang come from? Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai replied casually. Sect Master Yang is truly a genius. MOU said with a look of admiration. If it weren't for you, my Shadowed Stars cultivator would have been trapped in one place forever. But now we can actually transmit between stars at will. This kind of feat, I'm afraid no one in Stars territory except for our Shadowed Stars cultivator can achieve, right? Haha, Yang Kai chuckled but did not deny it. In fact, this was indeed the case. Without his Space Force as the foundation, a space array could not support ultra-long-distance transmission. In Stars territory, there might be a few super arrays, but they were definitely remnants from ancient times and were far less stable and secure than the ones personally arranged by Yang Kai. No one dared to use these super arrays unless it was absolutely necessary. Sect Master Yang, did you come here to find Great Elder Yi? MOU asked again. Where is Great Elder? Come, I'll take you there. MOU quickly led the way. On Shadowed Star, because of the rise of High Heaven Sect, countless sects and families had benefited greatly from it. Not to mention the last time Corpse Spirit Religion plundered Star, it was High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall who turned the tide. This time, Clear Sky Sect was given the opportunity to come to this or Star to mine rare ores because of their good relationship with High Heaven Sect. MOU and Yang Kai's friendship was not shallow, so at this moment, he was naturally very enthusiastic. Soon, Yang Kai met Yi Shi-yun and Qian Tong somewhere in the ruins. After learning that Yang Kai had now arrived on a cultivation star called Azure Tree Star and had his own territory, everyone was extremely excited. This meant that a cultivator who had reached the limit of cultivation on Shadowed Star could finally break free from the shackles of world principles and try to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Especially for Yi Shi-yun. She had been waiting for this day for a long, long time. When does Great Elder plan to leave? Yang Kai looked at Yi Shi-yun and asked. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yi Shi-yun shook her head and said, I won't go for the time being. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before quickly responding, Is it because of yang inflammation? And Yi Shi-yun pursed her lips lightly. If I really break through to the Origin King realm on Azure Tree Star, it will be difficult for me to stay on Shadowed Star for long. Temple Master Qian's condition is the best example. I think, after she wakes up, I can deal with my own affairs. Is that so? Yang Kai heard this and did not try to persuade her otherwise. Yi Shi-yun had paid a lot for Yang inflammation. Last time, she had the opportunity to leave Shadowed Star with Yang Kai, but because Yang inflammation was still asleep, she chose to stay and guard him. This time, it was for the same reason. That's good. Yang Kai smiled again. In any case, with Great Elder's situation, as long as the time is right, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to break through to the Origin King realm. You think too highly of me, Yi Shi-yun laughed self-deprecatingly. Since ancient times, the Origin King realm has always been the highest realm a cultivator can reach. Countless Origin returning realm cultivators have been stuck at this juncture, unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm for their entire lives. Even I am not completely confident. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, knowing that Yi Shi-yun was being modest. If Yi Shi-yun was not completely confident before, now that she was constantly absorbing the energy of the Territory Stone and comprehending the mysteries of the Territory Field, she had at least an 80% chance of successfully breaking through to the Origin King realm. In any case, I came back this time to tell you this news. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. As for when you will go to Azure Tree Star, you can decide for yourself. You don't need to worry about that. When the time comes, Great Elder, Brother Mo, and I will definitely organize a group of people to go to Azure Tree Star. Qian Tong chuckled from the side. How can we not seize such a good opportunity? Even if we break through to the Origin King realm and can't stay on Shadowed Star for long, it doesn't matter. In any case, as long as there is a space array, we can return to Shadowed Star at any time. Good. When you arrive there, someone will receive you. Yongkai nodded. By the way, you have been mining here for so long. Have you found any space spirit crystal lodes? No. Qian Tong shook his head and said, this old master, great elder, and brother Mo will go out from time to time to search for the location of mineral lodes. Although this or star is extremely rich, we have not found any space spirit crystal lodes. Yang Kai did not have high expectations. He had just asked about space spirit crystals casually, so now that he received a negative answer, he was not disappointed. Yang Kai did not stay on the Ur Star for long. After leaving some instructions, he returned to the palace on Azure Tree Star through the space array again. This round trip only took him half a day, so when he returned, Yushi and her master and disciple trio were still in retreat. The next few days were uneventful. Zhu Liang had brought a few elders of Twin Shark Island to pay a visit. Their main purpose was to familiarize themselves with them. It wasn't a big deal. After all, Twin Shark Island was nominally Yang Kai's territory. In the future, they would have to rely on Yang Kai to survive, so how could they dare neglect him? Yang Kai did not pay much attention to the few First-Order Origin returning realm cultivators, simply entertaining them a little before sending them away. Yang Kai was waiting for news from Sword Union. He believed that a great force like Sword Union would definitely collect some space spirit crystals for him. As long as he had enough space spirit crystals, Yang Kai could set off again and spread cross-cultivation star space arrays across the entire territory of Shadowed Star. When that time came, the cultivator of Shadowed Star would be able to go wherever they wanted. Distance would no longer be a barrier for Shadowed Star's cultivator to travel across the territory of Shadowed Star. This was especially true for Tongxian Realm. Yang Kai was very eager to connect Shadowed Star with his homeland. Unfortunately, there was no news from Sword Union. It was not until 2 months later that Yang Kai, who was in the middle of cultivation, received a report from Yushi. Someone from Sword Union has arrived. Yang Kai was very excited and quickly got up to greet them, secretly looking forward to how many space spirit crystals he could obtain this time. He thought that Luo Lan would casually send someone to come and meet him, but to his surprise, the person who came was actually Luo Lan herself. Chapter 1749. Why has Senior Luo come here in person? Yang Kai asked after inviting Luo Lan into the palace and settling her down in the reception room. Little brother is young master's friend, so this queen should come here in person. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled. Why? Am I not welcome? How could I dare? Senior's presence brings light to my humble abode. Yang Kai laughed. As the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a cause. He did not believe that someone like Luo Lan would come here to enjoy the scenery. As for the reason she gave, it was not a good one. He just had a material transaction with Sword Union, so Luo Lan could have just sent someone to deal with such a trivial matter. Why would she need to come here in person? Yang Kai faintly realized that Luo Lan should have some other purpose for coming here, but since she did not intend to say anything, he pretended not to know. Your place is very quiet, Luo Lan said as she looked around. Luo Lan turned her head and looked around. In this 10-kilometer palace, only Yang Kai, Yushi, and her master and disciple lived here while Yushi and her master and disciple were in retreat. It could be said that in the entire palace, only Yang Kai would occasionally walk around. Usually, the temporary residence was indeed quiet and peaceful. Why didn't you ask Zhu Liang to send some servants? Luo Lan asked with seemingly concern. Yang Kai chuckled and said, There's no need for that. I can handle everything myself. Why would I need servants? Indeed, it's better to be quiet, Luo Lan smiled. Luo Lan smiled and suddenly said, These are the space spirit crystals little brother needs. Although this queen has already sent people to collect them. Although this queen has already asked for space spirit crystals, you should know that they are still very rare. I don't know if this amount can meet your requirements. Saying so, Luo Lan took out a space ring and, with a flick of her finger, sent it flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it before releasing his divine sense to investigate it, his brow furrowing slightly. Luo Lan observed his expression and asked in surprise, What's wrong? With so many space spirit crystals, does little brother still think it's too little? Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He nodded and said, "Not much." Luo Lan asked solemnly, "What do you need so many space spirit crystals for? Besides being used to refine space rings, this thing doesn't seem to have any other use, right?" Yang Kai chuckled but did not answer. Luo Lan also seemed to realize that she had asked something she shouldn't have and said apologetically, "This queen is just a little curious. You don't have to mind it." "Well, why don't you wait a little longer? I'll send a message to the home planet. Do you want them to help you collect them?" "In that case, how long will it take?" Yang Kai asked. "The home star isn't close to here, so even if we can collect enough space spirit crystals and send them here, it will take at least a year, but I don't know how many space spirit crystals we can collect there." "Forget it then." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. In a sense, the number of space spirit crystals Luolan had brought this time was not small. However, there was not much demand for Yang Kai, because these space spirit crystals were only enough to arrange a single cross-cultivation star space array, not enough to meet his needs. If he wanted to connect Tongxian Realm and Shadowed Star, he would need to arrange at least 2 or 3 space arrays to act as transits. Space spirit crystals are extremely difficult to form. Generally speaking, space spirit crystals appear as associated ores in rare quantities. However, this queen has heard that there are some void cracks that give birth to a large number of space spirit crystals. Luolan suddenly spoke of an unrelated topic before asking mysteriously, "Little brother, are you interested in looking for them yourself?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and grinned meaningfully. "Is this the purpose of Senior's visit?" Luolan smiled and did not deny it. "Since you have seen through me, I have nothing to hide." "Does Senior know where there are void cracks that give birth to space spirit crystals?" Yang Kai asked. Luolan nodded. "I just don't know if little brother wants to go." "What if I say no?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. Luolan did not seem surprised and simply chuckled. In addition to space spirit crystals, there is also a shocking void beast." "Shocking void beast?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he muttered under his breath, immediately staring deeply at Luolan and quickly asking, "It seems that Senior knows I am proficient in the Tao of Space. Did you learn this from Gu Jian? If not, why do you think this queen came here personally?" Luolan smiled tenderly. "Since you used your space force in front of young master, you should have guessed that I would know about it. There's nothing surprising about this, but you can rest assured that I know about it. Young master knows about it, and no one else will know about it." "It doesn't matter if they know." Yang Kai shrugged. "If I was afraid of others knowing, I wouldn't have used my Tao of Space to kill Li Minghai." Luolan was taken aback for a moment before smiling bitterly. She couldn't help feeling as if Yang Kai had shattered her hold on her with just a few words, making her feel powerless. After pondering for a moment, Luolan said seriously, "Little brother, since you cultivate the Tao of Space and have made some achievements in this territory, you must know the importance of the shocking void beast's monster core to you. This kind of ancient exotic beast that can freely shuttle through the void has long since gone extinct, but in a place I know of, there is one that still exists. If you can obtain its monster core, your attainments in the Tao of Space will definitely improve. Not to mention, there is a great possibility that there are many space spirit crystals there, which you need. If I'm not mistaken, you also need space spirit crystals to cultivate your Tao of Space, right?" Yang Kai did not comment on her guess and instead asked, "What kind of place is that?" Seeing him finally show some interest, Luolan's expression shook, but she did not answer directly and instead said, "If I told you that there is a higher realm above the Origin King realm, would you think I was lying to you?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. Luolan was stunned. "Someone once told me that the martial Tao has no peak. Naturally, the Origin King realm is not the ultimate goal of a cultivator," Yang Kai explained casually. "So that's how it is." Luolan quickly relaxed. She had thought that Yang Kai knew some incredible information, but it turned out that it was just his own conjecture. But in fact, Yang Kai knew something, he just did not say it out loud. Luolan continued, "Whether the Origin King realm is the highest realm a cultivator can reach is not something anyone can say for sure, but there are legendary figures like the great emperors of Starfield, So many Origin King Realm masters believe that there should be a higher realm above the Origin King Realm, and that there should be a higher realm above the territory we live in. Why do you say that? Yang Kai frowned. Because the place I told you about may be a fragment of that higher realm, Luo Lan said solemnly. Luo Lan's expression was solemn. We call that place the Lost World. The laws and world energy there are different from any cultivation star in the star field. However, it also contained countless opportunities. Not to mention the many precious cultivation materials there. Someone had even brought out a kind of spirit herb that surpassed Origin King grade. This spirit herb alone was enough to allow one's cultivation to take a step further. For Origin King realm cultivators like us, cultivating there is much easier, and if we are lucky, we may be able to break through our shackles and reach the next realm. The Lost World? Yang Kai raised his brow. In the world principles there are more suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Is that the place you want me to go to? Yes, Luo Lan nodded. If that's the case, wouldn't those third-order Origin Kings also go there? In order to break through? Of course not, Luo Lan smiled. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled. In the end, that place is just a severed world. Although it was separated from a higher-level world, it is still a part of the star field and cannot satisfy the needs of a third-order Origin King to break through. There have been third-order Origin Kings who went there, but the final results showed that they could not achieve much in their cultivation there. Moreover, how many third-order Origin Kings are there in star territory? They are all old monsters that don't appear in the world. You can't see them normally. Did a second-order Origin King go there? That is possible, Luo Lan nodded. Since this is a place for Origin Kings to gain experience and cultivate, why are you looking for me? I am only a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai was puzzled. A third-order Origin returning realm cultivator like you can't be treated with common sense, can you? Luo Lan asked. This queen has never heard of a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator being able to kill an Origin King. Don't say it was because of a sneak attack. If an Origin King could be killed so easily, they would not be Origin Kings. The reason why I'm looking for you is firstly because your strength is not weak, so you shouldn't be a burden to me. Secondly, I have something that I need your help for. My help? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before quickly understanding. Space Force? And Luo Lan nodded, looking like she was not tired talking to smart people. That lost world is filled with a large number of void cracks. Some of these void cracks are visible, some are not, and some are even mobile. They pose a great threat to Origin Kings. Every time an Origin King enters to explore, one of them will be swallowed by these void cracks. I don't want to become a victim this time. Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, it should be easy for you to sense these void cracks. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai nodded. But, as you said, is it really okay for you to bring an Origin returning realm cultivator in? What's wrong with that? Luo Lan chuckled lightly. Any Origin King who is qualified to enter can bring one person with them. When the time comes, you will know that you will not be the only Origin returning realm cultivator there. There will be more? Yang Kai was surprised. Not too many, but since that place is suitable for Origin Kings to cultivate, it is naturally suitable for Origin realm cultivators as well. It is only natural that some people want to use that place to break through to the Origin King realm. Having said that, Luo Lan continued, that's all the information I know. I came here this time to ask little brother to lend me a hand. Of course, this will also be beneficial to you. Benefits are also accompanied by risks. You have already reached the third-order Origin returning realm at such a young age. Could it be that you have not encountered many risks along the way? Luo Lan chuckled lightly. When a cultivator cultivates, they compete with the heavens, compete with others, and compete with themselves. They must forge ahead. Chapter 1750. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. Eat well, play well, rest well, but I'm still coughing and my lungs are faintly aching. Yang Kai took a deep breath, pondered for a while, and said, I need to think about this matter. Naturally, there is still time. So I ask little brother to consider it carefully before giving me an answer. Luo Lan saying this was already a show of sincerity. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Good, then I ask Senior to stay here for a few days. After 3 days, I will tell you. Then this queen will wait for good news. If I can get your help, I believe this queen will be much safer. 3 days later, Yang Kai and Luo Lan left Twin Shark Island together and set off for Azurewood Palace. To be honest, the space spirit crystal that Luo Lan had mentioned before was not very attractive to Yang Kai. Although this thing was rare, Yang Kai only needed to travel to a few cultivation stars, and he would eventually be able to collect some. With his current financial and material resources, Yang Kai could already purchase a large number of space spirit crystals. It would just take some time. What really attracted Yang Kai was the shocking void beast that could shuttle through the void. This kind of ancient, exotic beast could shuttle through the void and wander through void cracks, so its monster core was of great help to one's cultivation of space force. Yang Kai's space force cultivation had reached a bottleneck so far, so opening the territory of the sealed world bead had become extremely slow. But if he could obtain the monster core of the shocking void beast and use it as the main material to refine a spirit pill, that would allow him to make a qualitative leap in his attainments in the Tao of space. Since no third-order origin king had entered the severed world, Yang Kai had nothing to worry about. He also had some confidence that he could escape from a second-order origin king master. So, after 3 days of consideration, Yang Kai agreed to Luo Lan's request. In the end, he agreed to Luo Lan's request and decided to go with her to the severed world. Before leaving, Yang Kai told Yushi and her 2 disciples to stay behind and guard the palace. He also told them that if someone suddenly appeared in the palace with a cultivator token engraved with the Ling character, there was no need to panic because they were all from High Heaven sect. Just let them receive him properly. Although Yushi and her 2 disciples were confused, unable to understand why someone would suddenly appear in the palace, they didn't ask any questions. A few days later, Yang Kai and Luo Lan arrived at the Azurewood Palace. After arranging for Yang Kai to rest, Luo Lan began her preparations. Since she was going to leave the Azure Tree Star, she naturally had many things to do. He also needed to make all the necessary preparations for entering the Lost World. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Kai. He just sat in his room and meditated. Gu Jianxian was no longer here. According to Luo Lan, the young lord of the Sword Union had left after a month. Before he left, he reminded Luo Lan many times. He had to take good care of Yang Kai. Time flew by, and a month later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, sensed Luo Lan's divine sense call and immediately ended his retreat, pushed open the door, and walked out. Outside the door, Luo Lan was waiting. After seeing him come out, she gently nodded and led the way. Outside the Azurewood Palace, an Origin-grade mid-rank starship was ready, and the 2 entered it. Not long after, the starship began to set off towards the star's territory. The Lost World is located somewhere in the star's territory, and its entrance is surrounded by countless void cracks. Normally, it is impossible to enter. Only when the fluctuations from these void cracks stabilize slightly will there be an opportunity to open the entrance. At that time, it may require many Origin Kings to join forces to perform a secret technique. Let's wait there first, and when the time is right, we can enter, Luo Lan explained to Yang Kai as she led him around the starship. Do you know all the Origin Kings who enter there? Yang Kai asked. I know some of them, and even if I don't know some of them, I've at least heard their names. However, I don't know who will enter this time. The time it takes to enter the Lost World is uncertain, so only those who have received news and hope to make a breakthrough will take the risk to enter. Luo Lan stopped in front of a room and said, You can live here for the time being. If you need anything, just let me know. It will take us about a month to reach that place. Yang Kai nodded, pushed open the door, and entered. After entering the room, Yang Kai walked over to the bed, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. A month passed uneventfully as Yang Kai spent it in meditation. During this time, Luo Lan did not come to find him, and the other Sword Union cultivator did not disturb him. It was not until a month later that Yang Kai felt the starship stop. Luo Lan's voice sounded outside at the right time. Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he arrived at the door, opened it, and nodded lightly to Luo Lan before the 2 walked out. The starship's hatch opened and the 2 turned into streams of light as they rushed out. After the 2 left, the starship sailed again and returned the way it came. Standing in the air, Luo Lan looked left and right to identify where she was before saying, "Come with me." After saying so, she summoned her star shuttle and led the way with Yang Kai following closely behind. Two streams of light, one in front and one behind, flew like lightning through the vast star territory. Yang Kai remained silent as he followed closely behind Luo Lan, avoiding the meteorites and storms in the star field that were everywhere in the star field. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly saw a vast expanse of white light in front of him. He looked up and saw a round object floating in the void at an unknown distance, emitting a dazzling light. Even from a long distance, Yang Kai could feel the fluctuations of space force coming from there. That's... Yang Kai turned to look at Luo Lan. That's the entrance. After seeing the scene in front of them, Luo Lan's expression also relaxed. It seems we came early. The entrance has not stabilized yet and cannot be opened for the time being. The fluctuations of space force are quite chaotic. Yang Kai muttered to himself. You can feel it? Luo Lan looked at him in surprise. You know I'm proficient in the Tao of space, so why can't you feel it? Yang Kai chuckled. Luo Lan's eyes lit up. Bringing you here was a wise choice. At this distance, I can only feel that the other side is very dangerous. Even if a third-order origin king tried to force their way in, I'm afraid they would be crushed to pieces. I don't know the specific situation. However, Yang Kai, you must remember not to expose this advantage of yours in front of others, otherwise. I know, Yang Kai interrupted her. How could he not understand the principle that an innocent man would get into trouble for possessing a jade ring? If this advantage of his was really exposed, he would likely become the target of all origin kings. Luo Lan gently nodded before continuing to fly forward with Yang Kai. The closer they got to the entrance, the more clearly Yang Kai felt the situation, and a look of excitement gradually appeared in his eyes. Originally, he had come here with Luo Lan for the sole purpose of obtaining the shocking Void Beast's monster core. However, as soon as he arrived here, he had already obtained a harvest. Others could only feel the danger at the entrance, but Yang Kai was able to comprehend the essence of space force from it. The chaotic fluctuations of space force allowed him to absorb and comprehend them, allowing him to integrate with his own understanding of the Tao of space, allowing him to gain a trace of enlightenment. A few hours later, the pair arrived not far from the entrance. Looking at it up close, Yang Kai saw that this entrance was about 5 kilometers in size and exuded a pure white light. However, from time to time, there were dark void cracks shuttling back and forth through the entrance, as agile as fish. These moving spatial rifts prevented anyone from trying to pass through the entrance. They were also the most dangerous barrier. Near the entrance, there were already a number of figures standing in the void. There weren't many of them, only 7 or 8 in total. These people had obviously arrived earlier than Yang Kai and Yang Kai. Most of them were alone while others were in groups of 2, but there were very few of them. Yang Kai didn't dare to investigate too presumptuously, but with a casual glance, he knew that these people were basically all origin kings. The positions they stood in were very scattered, indicating that they all came from different forces and had no intention of joining forces. Some of them were resting with their eyes closed while others were glancing around. Everyone's attire was quite different. When Luo Lan and Yang Kai stopped and revealed themselves, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Elder Luo dares to come to this kind of place? Not far to the left, a sharp voice suddenly called out with a hint of frivolity in its tone. Hearing this, Luo Lan frowned and looked towards the source of the voice, her expression changing slightly as she quickly said, So, it's Elder Chui. What's wrong? Where Elder Chui can come, this queen can't. The cultivator surnamed Chui laughed. This Chui naturally didn't mean that. It's just, the severed world is extremely dangerous. Elder Luo is personally taking the risk. Aren't you afraid of falling? There's no need to worry. Elder Chui should take care of himself first, Luo Lan replied impatiently. The two of them were arguing as soon as they met, so there was obviously some kind of grudge between them. Moreover, from the way they addressed each other, it seemed they were quite familiar with each other. Yang Kai stood beside Luo Lan, observing her silently, but secretly making inferences in his heart. The cultivator surnamed Chui was choked by Luo Lan's words. But he wasn't annoyed at all and simply smiled softly. Elder Luo, although there are some misunderstandings between you and me, we are all elders of Sword Union. Since we're here, why don't we join forces? In this way, the safety of the two of us will be greatly guaranteed. Luo Lan appreciates Elder Chui's kind intentions, but this consort isn't alone this time, so Elder Chui should invite someone else, replied Luo Lan indifferently as she rejected the other party's suggestion. Yang Kai's expression changed. Only now did he know that this guy surnamed Chui was actually an elder of Sword Union. It seemed that the other party was definitely from the faction of Sword Union's vice-union master. Otherwise, Luo Lan would not treat him so coldly. The cultivator surnamed Chui stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, like a poisonous snake, his eyelids opening and closing as he asked, "Who is this boy to Elder Luo? Why has this old master never seen him before? Did Elder Luo bring him here because she wants him to gain something in the severed world, or is she expecting him to break through to the Origin King realm?" Chapter 1751. Do I need to tell you about my relationship with him? Elder Chui, aren't you talking too much? Luo Lan looked at the other party in disgust. The cultivator surnamed Chui chuckled meaningfully. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Why be so overbearing? Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai gloomily and said in a creepy tone, "Boy, the severed world is very dangerous. Don't die there." Yang Kai glanced at him with a cold expression, not showing any intention of answering. This made the cultivator surnamed Chui very angry. Luo Lan giving him face in public was one thing. After all, they were both Sword Union elders and their strength was not any worse, but Yang Kai, a trivial third-order origin returning realm cultivator, daring to act so arrogantly, naturally gave him an excuse to vent his anger. However, before he could attack Yang Kai, a cold snort came from not far away. What a joke. If there is an internal dispute in your Sword Union, you should resolve it quickly. What's the point of bringing it here? Do you want this old master to act as a referee and have the two of you fight first? The winner stays and the loser scrums. The speaker wore a dark purple robe and had a resolute face. His expression was dignified, and he exuded an oppressive aura. The cultivator surnamed Chui and Luo Lan heard this, and their expressions changed slightly. Luo Lan smiled awkwardly. This mistress didn't mean to embarrass herself, serene. The cultivator surnamed Chui also chuckled. Serene doesn't need to take it to heart. I was just joking with Elder Luo. Humph. Serene coldly snorted, not putting Luo Lan and the cultivator surnamed Chui in his eyes at all, coldly saying, "If that's the case, then be quiet. Don't disturb this old master." Luo Lan and the cultivator surnamed Chui both looked embarrassed and fell silent. However, the cultivator surnamed Chui still stared coldly at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to commit Yang Kai's appearance to memory. He had just arrived here and was being targeted by an Origin King for no reason, which put Yang Kai in a very bad mood. That guy's name is Chui Hong, an elder of my Sword Union who is a sworn friend of Li Ming Hai. They were all from the Vice Alliance Masters faction. When we enter the Severed World, you must be careful and don't leave my side. If he doesn't dare to deal with me directly, he'll definitely target you. Luo Lan's voice quietly entered Yang Kai's ears. She explained to him. Yang Kai nodded subtly. He also quietly asked, "Who is Mr. Anai? You all seem to be very afraid." "His name is Anai Guang. He's from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce," Luo Lan replied. "He's a second-order Origin King. Do you think Chui Hong and I wouldn't fear him?" "I see." Yang Kai understood. He raised his head and looked at Anai Guang. Coincidentally, he met the gaze of someone beside Anai Guang. Yang Kai was stunned. The owner of this gaze had a smile on his face, and a strange light flashed across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest. Yang Kai's expression became bitter, and he almost cursed out loud. Quickly averting his gaze, he lowered his head and covered half of his face with his hand while muttering in his heart, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." Obviously, he was deceiving himself. After arriving here with Luo Lan, Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to the cultivator who had arrived here first. It was not until now that he noticed an old acquaintance standing next to Anai Guang. This man was handsome, tall, and had skin that was fairer than a woman's. as if it could be broken by a gentle breeze. A modest smile hung on his face, one that was enough to drive any woman crazy. Even men would stare at him for a while. He held a folding fan in his hand and appeared elegant and elegant. No matter what kind of young elite, they would feel inferior in front of him, as if he was born to be superior. He was simply synonymous with perfection. This guy. If not Shueyu's third young master, who else could he be? The last time Yang Kai met Shueyu was in the Emperor Garden, where they had fought fiercely. Fortunately, after the Emperor Garden closed, Yang Kai successfully got rid of her entanglement, but he had not expected to meet her again in the Severed World. However, this was not surprising. The Severed World's opportunities and risks coexisted. Although its existence was only known to a few masters, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, as one of the most powerful forces in the Star Territory, obviously knew about the Severed World. This time, a master like Enai Guang had been dispatched, so bringing Shueyu along for life experience was understandable. In a flash, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, allowing him to understand the current situation. Immediately, he sighed, raised his head, and looked directly into Shueyu's eyes, grinning at her like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Shueyu was startled, as if she had not expected Yang Kai to be so bold, even daring to look at her with Enai Guang by her side, causing her to become a little annoyed and glare at Yang Kai fiercely. With her current handsome appearance, it was somewhat inappropriate for her to make such a gesture. Those who did not know the truth would likely think that Shueyu had some kind of mental problem. However, Yang Kai was very clear about her background, so seeing her suffer such a setback, Yang Kai smiled even more happily. Yang Kai had always been somewhat confused about his relationship with Shueyu. Although they were enemies, they had not reached the point where they had to fight to the death. It was nothing more than Yang Kai knowing one of Shueyu's biggest secrets, so Shueyu wanted to silence him. However, Shueyu had not really taken action to silence him. Even when she had sent people to chase Yang Kai on Rainfall Star, she had held back, only sending 2 cultivators who were not very strong, but in the end, they had been killed by Yang Kai. Although they were friends, it was impossible for them to treat each other with sincerity. The most likely explanation was that Shueyu felt that she had been taken advantage of by Yang Kai, so she was angry and wanted to teach him a lesson so he would remember this. However, her life was saved by Yang Kai, so between being grateful and venting her anger, Shueyu was caught between a rock and a hard place. Yang Kai did not know how to deal with his relationship with her, but Shueyu was also very confused. If she was an ordinary woman, it would have been fine, but she was the successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president AIO. Perhaps Shueyu would become the leader of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in the future, but her identity as a woman would not allow her to stand at the top of the Chamber of Commerce. The secrets she had hidden could not be exposed. The exchange of glances between the two naturally could not be hidden from the Origin King's present. Luo Lan looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked in a low voice, "Do you know that young man? Do you know who he is?" "I know him," Yang Kai nodded. Luo Lan was stunned. "Do you have such a wide range of contacts?" Luo Lan had only heard of the famous Shueyu third young master, but had never seen him before. She was able to recognize Shueyu at a glance because Enai Guang's attitude towards her seemed to be very modest. Enai Guang was a powerful master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, yet he was so modest towards a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Besides Shueyu, who else could make him act so? Ordinary origin returning realm cultivators were not even qualified to meet him. Standing beside him would only be a yes man. Moreover, Shueyu's appearance was just as the rumors said, enough to charm thousands of people, men, women, old, and young alike. Even a master like Luo Lan could not help glancing at Shueyu a few times after seeing her. "Are you friends?" Luo Lan asked again. Haha. Yang Kai did not know how to answer this question and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have some disputes with her." Disputes? Luo Lan's heart sank, subconsciously thinking that there was some kind of hatred between Yang Kai and Shueyu. If this was the case, her situation would not be good. While the two were whispering, Enai Guang and Shueyu also seemed to be talking about something. As the two of them talked, Enai Guang kept glancing over at Yang Kai, seemingly very interested in him. Yang Kai secretly cursed in his heart. He did not know what Shueyu had said to Enai Guang, But if she spoke ill of him behind his back, Guang would likely attack him here. Thinking so, Yang Kai secretly told Luo Lan to run away as soon as the situation turned bad and not to think about the severed world anymore. How could Luo Lan dare not agree? At the same time, she also regretted dragging Yang Kai here. If she had been alone, although the danger would have been greatly increased, she would not have been targeted before she even entered. If it was just Cui Hong, she was not afraid. But Guang was different. A second-order origin king was enough to force Luo Lan to retreat. On the other side, the conversation between Guang and Shui Yu seemed to have come to an end. The second-order origin king stared at Yang Kai with piercing eyes, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him as he stared at Shui Yu silently. Shui Yu smiled innocently as she opened the folding fan in her hand and gently waved it twice, putting on the image of a refined young man. During her confrontation with Yang Kai, Shui Yu had rarely seen Yang Kai suffer, but now, with the help of Guang's power, Yang Kai was unable to speak, causing Shui Yu great joy. "Young man, do you want to come to this old master's place?" Guang suddenly asked. As soon as this statement came out, the origin kings scattered around all looked startled and turned strange looks towards Yang Kai, sizing him up. No one knew why Guang would suddenly invite a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and why this cultivator had come with Luo Lan of Sword Union. This was a clear attempt to poach Yang Kai, making it difficult for everyone to understand. If Yang Kai's strength was comparable to Guang's, then it was understandable that Guang wanted to form an alliance to explore the severed world together. However, Yang Kai was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. So what kind of ability did he have to attract Guang's attention? Yang Kai also did not expect things to develop like this. He had thought that Shui Yu would speak ill of him in front of Guang so Guang would teach him a lesson. So when Guang sent out this invitation, he was also stunned and shot a suspicious glance toward Shui Yu, wondering what she was up to. Shui Yu smiled smugly, still waving the folding fan in her hand, as if she had come here to enjoy the scenery, the expression on her face inscrutable. Hateful woman. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Chapter 1752. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai cupped his fist to Guang and said, "This junior appreciates senior's kindness, but this junior's strength is too low. If he were to accompany senior, he is afraid he would only be a burden to senior." Haha. Guang smiled lightly. "You're quite self-aware. But, since this old master has invited you, naturally he has the confidence to protect you. What's wrong? Are you questioning this old master's methods?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and Luo Lan's expression also changed slightly as she signaled Yang Kai to pay attention to his words. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully and said again, "Senior's strength is profound and his cultivation is profound. This junior does not dare to have any doubts. But this junior came with Senior Luo this time. So, you're spoiling my mood?" Guang coldly snorted, seemingly dissatisfied with Yang Kai's evasiveness. Staring deeply at Yang Kai, he said, "In that case, you can come with Elder Luo." "Elder Luo, if you join forces with this old master, what do you think?" His last sentence was directed at Luo Lan. Luo Lan was startled and a trace of hesitation and struggle flashed across her face, but she quickly recovered and smiled. "Since Senior and I is so kind, this mistress will accept." Saying so, she signaled to Yang Kai and took the lead to fly towards Guang. Since she had already gone, there was no point in Yang Kai continuing to insist, so he could only sigh and chase after her. A moment later, the two arrived beside Guang and Shui Yu, forming a small group. Among the people present, only Guang had brought Shui Yu, an origin-returning realm master, while the other origin kings had come alone. Now, with the addition of Luo Lan and Yang Kai, Guang's side suddenly had 4 people. In terms of numbers alone, they had already crushed everyone. But whether these 2 origin-returning realm masters would be a burden or would be of some use was unknown. After inviting Luo Lan and Yang Kai, Guang was no longer in the mood to talk and simply stood in the void, closing his eyes to rest. After Luo Lan came over, she also seemed a little cautious. After all, her cultivation was not as high as Guang's. Moreover, she did not belong to the same force as Guang. This made her somewhat uncomfortable. Kaiyang, on the other hand, was even more depressed, remaining silent. Shueyu closed the folding fan in her hand and smiled. Brother Yang, it's good fortune to meet you. I didn't expect to see you here. It's fate. What? Kaiyang glared at her. Without any trace of politeness, she said, let's make things clear first. I'm not interested in homosexual affairs. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Luolan quickly turned her head. A strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she glanced between Yang Kai and Shueyu, her expression filled with shock and confusion. As to say you, Shueyu, you. Senior SS's B. What's? Yang Kai snorted and put on a haughty look. What you think in your heart, only you know. Yang Kai's ambiguous words made Shueyu feel more and more at a loss. Coupled with the strange looks Luo Lan and Inai Guang were giving her, Shueyu was unable to control her emotions for a while, and the blush on her face quickly spread to her neck. He. Luo Lan didn't know what to say, and simply let out a meaningless laugh, seemingly trying to ease the awkward situation but only making it worse for Shueyu. If you dare to speak rudely again, I'll kill you. Shueyu grit her teeth and put on a posture of irreconcilable hatred towards Yang Kai, trying to clarify her orientation. Are you willing? Yang Kai sneered, staring straight into Shueyu's eyes. Shueyu was speechless and ground her teeth, her Saint Chi showing signs of going berserk. Inai Guang's eyes narrowed as he grinned meaningfully. Little boy, your courage isn't small, daring to speak such nonsense in front of this old master. No wonder third young master treats you so favorably. But your nonsense ends here. If you keep it up, it'll be a bit of a claptrap. Yang Kai grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Inai Guang had already given him such a warning, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. He was just angry at Shueyu for tying him to her, so he wanted to disgust her a little. After saying this, Inai Guang closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. Luo Lan, on the other hand, was somewhat restless, her eyes drifting back and forth between Yang Kai and Shueyu, as if she wanted to know if there really was some unspeakable secret between these two. Could it be that the famous third young master of Shueyu really liked men and not women? Otherwise, why would he be acting so guilty? What exactly had happened between these two young men? Luo Lan's thoughts ran wild for a while, causing her face to go red. Come here. Shueyu suddenly calmed down. The blush on her face receded like a tide. She coldly shouted at Yang Kai, then flew away. She obviously wanted to find a secluded place to talk to Yang Kai, so that he wouldn't say anything embarrassing. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to follow them. But when he thought about Inai Guang's reaction, he had no choice but to follow. Young people are always so insolent. Elder Luo, don't mind them. After the two of them left, Inai Guang suddenly said something without rhyme or reason. Haha, Mr. Inai is right. Luo Lan forced a smile. 30 li away from the entrance, Shueyu stopped and turned her head to look back. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated light. When Yang Kai caught up with her, she shouted, How can you be like this? How can you be like this? Yang Kai asked. Like what? Shueyu grit her teeth. If you see me, just pretend you don't see me. Why do you insist I follow you? Yang Kai was annoyed. Do you know how dangerous the severed world is? Even origin kings may not be able to guarantee their safety there. I asked you to follow Uncle and I because I don't want you to have any accidents. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Shueyu said angrily, almost spitting on Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai suddenly smiled slyly as he stared at Shueyu's face. What do you want? Shueyu felt a little guilty under this invasive gaze and couldn't help taking 2 steps back. Didn't you want to kill me to silence me? Why are you so concerned about me? Yang Kai said with a smile, I know your secret, so wouldn't my death be exactly what you want? That way, no one will be able to expose your secret. You're so concerned about me, it's like you've fallen in love with me. Beauty, isn't that good? Shueyu heard this and curled her lips. Don't flatter yourself. Who do you think you are? Who do you think I, Shueyu, am? Why would I fall in love with a shameless guy like you? You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he rubbed his chin and pondered. His serious and focused appearance caused Shui Yu's heart to skip a beat, thinking that her words had hurt Yang Kai's self-esteem, and she couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai suddenly said in a serious tone, "Shouldn't women have special feelings for their first man? Am I wrong? Who is your first man?" Shui Yu grit her teeth and roared word by word. "Although there hasn't been any substantial progress between you and me, at the very least, we've had skin-to-skin contact and treated each other honestly." Before Yang Kai finished speaking, his face changed and he stretched out his hand to grab at the void in front of him. From the void, a surge of Saint Qi suddenly erupted as Shui Yu's hand, wrapped in a deathly aura, reached out towards him. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body trembled, but he also took this opportunity to grab Shui Yu's small hand. And with a twist of his body, he leapt behind her and wrapped his arms around her neck, restraining her movements. Shui Yu still wanted to struggle, but Yang Kai moved like a bolt of lightning and grabbed her other hand. In an instant, Shui Yu was subdued. Her face changed slightly as she whispered, "You're so strong now? Don't look down on me, beauty." Yang Kai blew into her ear and held her tightly. "Also, it's not good to fight as soon as we meet. Let go." Shui Yu bit her thin lip lightly. The hot breath in her ear made her itch all over, and the body pressed against her back also gave her an astonishing amount of heat, instantly reminding Shui Yu of all the things that had happened with Yang Kai on that dead star. Every time she thought about it, she would feel hot all over. "Don't be like this." Shui Yu struggled for a while but found that she couldn't break free from Yang Kai's grip, her voice lowering as she asked, "If someone saw this, how would I explain it?" Yang Kai stared at her red earlobes and laughed maniacally. "Your mouth says you don't want to, but your body is quite honest." These ambiguous words made Shui Yu feel even more ashamed. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her tone and said, "Don't make trouble. If you let go of me, I promise I won't do anything to you." Yang Kai thought about it seriously for a while before nodding. Good. Shui Yu's attack just now had no murderous intent, so obviously she didn't really want to take his life. Of course, Yang Kai didn't take this to heart. As he spoke, he released Shui Yu's hands. The moment she was free, Shui Yu leapt forward several dozen meters, quickly opening up some distance between her and Yang Kai, gritting her teeth as she glared at him with an expression that said she couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. After a while, Shui Yu straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes, and with this action, her mood gradually calmed down. "Tell me, what is your purpose?" Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious, completely different from his previous vulgar self. Shui Yu felt quite uncomfortable. "Why did you ask an Guang to invite me for no reason? It's for your own good. You don't believe me?" Shui Yu raised her brow. "You really do like me," Yang Kai said solemnly. "Shameless." Yang Kai laughed. "I was just joking. Don't get so worked up." Shui Yu took a few deep breaths before doing her best to speak in a calm tone. "Last time in the Emperor Garden, the transaction between you and me was not completed yet. Did you forget?" Chapter 1753. A deal? Yang Kai frowned. "What kind of deal? You haven't really forgotten, have you?" Shui Yu looked at him and sneered. "So that's how it is. It seems that you were too busy flirting with that dragon lady from Monster Star to remember what I said." Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. "Why do I smell a sour scent? Stop pestering me." Shui Yu shouted angrily. "But how do you know she's from Monster Star? Did you inquire about her later?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. "So what if I did?" Shui Yu raised her chin slightly and coldly snorted. "That shameless dragon lady, besides being from Monster Star, where else could she have come from? I really did inquire about her." Yang Kai muttered to himself, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. I remember the deal you mentioned." "Good. What about that thing? You mean the thing inside the stone tablet?" And Yang Kai frowned slightly. He naturally remembered the scene at that time, and also remembered the deal he made with Shui Yu. Shui Yu said at that time that as long as he gave her the stone tablet inside the stone tablet, all grievances between her and Yang Kai would be written off and she would never bother him again. At that time, Yang Kai also agreed, but before he could hand over the stone tablet to Shui Yu, the Emperor Garden closed without warning, causing the transaction to fail. Later, Yang Kai learned that the stone tablet contained a shocking secret technique, the star refining art. This was a supreme secret technique that allowed a cultivator to become a star master by refining their star essence. Little senior sister Xianing Chang was able to refine Tongxian Realm star essence as a Saint King Realm cultivator not only because Tongxian Realm was on the verge of collapse, but also because of the star refining art. Otherwise, with Xianing Chang's cultivation at the time, she may not have been able to successfully refine Tongxian Realm star essence and become the star master of Tongxian Realm. This secret technique was undoubtedly enough to shock the entire star territory. The value of a secret technique that allowed the masters of Tongxian Realm to set off a sea of blood was immeasurable. Shui Yu did not know about the star refining art, but Yang Kai did. So naturally, she could not easily. Even if the other party was Shui Yu. Was the relationship between Shui Yu art and Yu? Shui Yu was Shui Yu, of course. I don't know. Shui Yu shook her head. Shui Yu's father was naturally President AIO of Hongluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had heard a lot about this master of Manxing's territory. It was just that Yang Kai had never seen him before. He knew that AIO was a second-order origin king but had never been able to break through to the third order. Even so, AIO, who had the backing of Hongluo Chamber of Commerce, was not in existence to be underestimated. Yes, that's why I hope you can give me the stone tablet. Let me give it to my father. Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. How can you be so sure that the things recorded in that book will allow your father to break through to the third order? You don't even know what that thing is for. Shui Yu smiled and said, My Hongluo Chamber of Commerce has existed for so many years, so there is always some information that others don't know about. There is no need to tell you about this. Yang Kai nodded. He began to ponder. In a sense, Shui Yu was right. The star refining art might really be the key to AIO's breakthrough to the third order. After all, with AIO's identity and heritage as a veteran origin king, coupled with the star refining art, it was not impossible for him to refine the star source of a cultivation star. Once he succeeded, with the feedback and nourishment from the star's star source, he would surely be able to break through smoothly. Of course, there were bound to be some unavoidable risks, and if things went wrong, his soul would be destroyed. Understanding this, Yang Kai was secretly surprised by the information Hongluo Chamber of Commerce had. The star refining art was sealed in a stone tablet in the depths of the Emperor Garden. Before breaking the stone tablet, Yang Kai did not realize that there was something inside, but Hongluo Chamber of Commerce knew about it in advance. I hope you can give that thing to me. Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Even if it's just a copy, it doesn't matter. That stone tablet should record some kind of secret technique, right? I don't want the stone tablet itself. I just need you to copy it. I'll need to think about it. Yang Kai thought about it and replied. No problem, Shui Yu readily agreed. But before that, you must act with me. Yang Kai chuckled. With Enai Guang here, it's impossible for me to leave you. Who knows? You're too slippery. If I'm not careful, you might run away. Shui Yu snorted lightly. That's why I asked Uncle Enai to invite you. This was the main purpose of Shui Yu, asking Enai Guang to bring Yang Kai along. The moment she saw Yang Kai arrive here, Shui Yu knew that the task she had failed to complete in the past had been completed. Since we've agreed, let's go back first. The entrance will open soon, so don't run around after we enter, Shui Yu said worriedly. Got it. Not long after, the two returned to the entrance again. Enai Guang was still resting with his eyes closed while Luo Lan stood to the side, waiting quietly. Seeing the two reappear, Luo Lan just gently nodded and didn't ask anything. Shui Yu. Yang Kai suddenly leaned over to Shui Yu and called out softly. What do you want? Shui Yu was inexplicably nervous and frowned. Can you not get so close? Yang Kai glanced at her strangely before asking, Who are the people here? Do you know them? Shui Yu said, Some I know, some I don't. Then this person, do you know him? Yang Kai said while winking in a certain direction. Shui Yu glanced over quietly and found that the Origin King Realm Master was wrapped in a mass of black qi, making it impossible for her to see his face. This black qi was like a living creature, giving off an extremely uncomfortable aura that caused one to shudder. I've never seen or heard of him. Shui Yu couldn't help shuddering as she whispered back. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with him? I don't know if it's just my imagination, but he seems to be very concerned about me. Yang Kai frowned. Shui Yu was surprised. Of course, she didn't think that Yang Kai was imagining things. Yang Kai's strength wasn't weak, so if someone was really paying attention to him, he would definitely have sensed it. Since he had said so, the powerhouse shrouded in black qi was definitely paying attention to him. As if confirming Yang Kai's statement, when Shui Yu was secretly observing the other party, a strange cackle rang out from the mass of black qi, one that was extremely harsh to the ears. Shui Yu couldn't help turning pale. This person is very dangerous, don't provoke him. And Ai Guang suddenly opened his eyes and said softly, his expression serious. Uncle and I, what is the origin of this person? Shui Yu asked. I don't know, and Ai Guang shook his head. Among the origin kings I know of, none of them match this person. However, this old master can feel that he is very strong, perhaps not inferior to this old master. So, he is also a second-order origin king? This old master can't judge whether he is a second-order origin king or not, unless we fight him, and Ai Guang slowly said. In any case, don't provoke him. This person's aura is extremely sinister, so he should be cultivating some kind of evil secret art. I understand. Shui Yu nodded obediently. Next, in order to prevent Yang Kai from provoking someone he shouldn't, Shui Yu carefully introduced him to the origins and identities of the origin kings present. There were more than a dozen people present, and Shui Yu knew about 80% of them. Occasionally, there were 2 or 3 she didn't know, but she could still make some guesses. Yang Kai memorized the appearances and identities of these people one by one in preparation for emergencies. Outside the entrance, everyone waited quietly. From time to time, a new origin king would arrive, find a place to rest, and close their eyes to rest. About 3 days later, in the distant star field, a bright stream of light suddenly appeared. This stream of light glowed purple and was extremely dazzling. When this purple light appeared, Ai Guang opened his eyes and stared deeply in the direction this purple light had come from, coldly snorting. That old fart actually came. He seemed to be able to see the identity of this person at a glance. But that's fine. Since he's here, it's enough, Ai Guang said again. The aura contained in this purple light was extremely powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to Ai Guang's, so it was obvious this person was a second-order origin king. Noticing this, the expressions of the first-order origin kings who had arrived here before changed slightly. Only the figure wrapped in black, she continued to laugh strangely. Although he didn't seem to care, his laughter was hair-raising. After a while, the purple light arrived in front of everyone and dissipated, revealing 2 figures wrapped in it. Both of them were tall and sturdy, looking as if they were carved from the same mold. They also had long purple hair that draped over their shoulders, looking confident and unruly, as if they were independent of each other. The 2 of them looked like brothers. But if one observed carefully, they would find that this was not the case, because the cultivation gap between the 2 was very big. One of them was a second-order origin king, while the other was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, the same realm as Shui Yu and Yang Kai. After their figures appeared, the 2 men's eyes narrowed as they looked around before focusing their attention on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's side. Ai Guang and the second-order origin king stared at each other. Shui Yu and the third-order origin returning realm cultivator's eyes met. Neither of them showed weakness. Neither of them flinched, each of them wearing a calm expression. Ha ha ha. A heaven-shaking laughter rang out as the purple-haired second-order origin king laughed, looking extremely forthright. I've made everyone wait. This old master came a little late. No one was waiting for you, Zilong. You still like to think too highly of yourself. Ai Guang sneered. Is that so? I thought brother and I couldn't wait for me to come. Zilong grinned meaningfully. Chapter 1754. Without you, this entrance can still be opened. We just need to wait for a few more people, Ai Guang said lightly. But since you're here, there's no need to wait. In that case, let's begin. Zilong smiled meaningfully. Hearing the conversation between the 2, Yang Kai immediately knew the identity of the newcomer. The purple-haired young man with a second-order origin king cultivation was the sect master of Purple Star, Zilong. Figuring this out, the identity of the other person was also clear. Purple Star's young master, Zidong. Yang Kai only knew about Zidong because Gu Jin Xian had inadvertently mentioned him. Gu Jin Xian mentioning Zidong alongside Shui Yu was naturally an acknowledgement of Zidong's great strength. These three young talents were the most famous in the entire Star territory, because the three of them represented three different great forces, and all three were the future successors of these three great forces. Below them, there were many masters of the younger generation whose fame spread far and wide. For example, Master Wu Dao's disciple Su Binbai, monster stars Shanqing Luo, and the descendants of several monster race tribal lords, but none of them were as famous as these three. However, it was undeniable that the future of Star territory would be dominated by these people. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of grievances existed between Zidong and Shui Yu, or if it was just the competitive nature of the younger generation, but as soon as these two met, they both showed eager expressions, as if they couldn't wait to fight here. However, now was obviously not a good time. The arrival of Zilong allowed the opening of the entrance to be carried out. As such, Enai Guang and Zilong took charge and called on all the Origin Kings to begin. After a brief discussion, the Origin King realm masters present dispersed, each choosing a position close to the entrance and waiting with rapt attention. Then, shall we begin? Zilong turned his gaze to Enai Guang and asked. Enai Guang nodded lightly, and in the next moment, a majestic Saint Chi burst out from his body as he formed a complicated seal with his hands. Immediately after, Yang Kai pointed forward with one hand. A beam of energy visible to the naked eye shot out from his hand and poured into the white circular entrance. Zilong also laughed as he pushed his Saint Chi. It poured into the entrance. The other Origin King realm masters followed suit. Even that person was shrouded in black gas and did not reveal his true appearance. This person with a rather suspicious background didn't have any intention of being negligent at this moment and cooperated with the others to take action. A buzzing sound suddenly came from the entrance that was emitting a pure white light. The originally drifting space crack at the entrance seemed to be bound by an invisible force and was fixed in place. The entrance itself seemed to have become a bottomless pit, greedily and madly swallowing the Saint Chi of the many Origin Kings present. Of all the people present, only Yang Kai, Shui Yu, and Zidong, the three Origin returning realm cultivator, did not take action and simply watched. After all, no matter how outstanding their aptitude was or how profound their heritage was, there was still a fundamental gap between them and an Origin King. This act of forcibly opening the entrance to the severed world was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for the three of them. Rather than wasting their strength, it was better to preserve their strength and deal with the dangers that might arise after entering the severed world. Time passed slowly. None of the Origin Kings had relaxed expressions as they continued to pour their Saint Chi into the entrance, consuming a great deal of their energy. Fortunately, all of them had prepared a lot of pills to restore their Saint Chi, so they naturally used them at this moment. The difference in cultivation was obvious at this moment. First-order Origin Kings like Luo Lan and Cui Hong were all sweating profusely as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Only second-order Origin Kings like Enai Guang and Zilong were able to maintain their calm. More and more void cracks were fixed at the entrance, and as Saint Chi was poured in, the fluctuations coming from these void cracks gradually dissipated, showing faint signs of stabilizing. Seeing this, Yang Kai roughly figured out how everyone would enter the severed world. Indeed, as he guessed, when the number of stabilized void cracks at the entrance to the white light reached a certain number, Enai Guang suddenly shouted, "It's done." As soon as his voice fell, all the Origin Kings stopped what they were doing, and each chose a different void crack, turning into a stream of light that rushed into the entrance. After they entered, the spatial cracks that had been stabilized suddenly began to move violently and began to move back and forth. Enai Guang and Luo Lan stood side by side and beckoned to Yang Kai and Shui Yu. After the two of them flew over, Enai Guang and Luo Lan each released their Saint Chi and wrapped it around one of them before rushing towards the largest void crack. To the side, a purple light flashed and Zilong's laughter rang out. "Brother Enai, This old master will take his leave first. Don't die in there." As soon as these words fell, Zilong took Zidong and disappeared into the entrance. And I Guang coldly snorted before rushing in after them. In an instant, the void, which was originally filled with people, was completely empty. After everyone disappeared, the entrance began to distort and more void cracks appeared, gradually becoming more and more dangerous. It was conceivable that even if there were as many Origin Kings here as before, there would be no way to open the entrance again. If one wanted to enter, they would have to wait for the next opportunity, and no one knew when that would happen. After Yang Kai followed Luo Lan into the void crack, he felt a sense of weightlessness, as if he was falling into an endless abyss. His divine sense also felt great pressure, the most obvious sign of a space transmission. He could perceive that Luo Lan was circulating her strength to resist the pressure coming from all directions. But this kind of transmission was nothing to him. After all, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so this kind of pressure from space principles was nothing to him. The entire transmission process was very fast, and almost as soon as they entered the entrance, Yang Kai saw the scenery of another world appear in front of him. The sky was dim, and there seemed to be a chaotic power surging above. There was no sun, no moon, no stars, and the earth was desolate and dry, barren, and cracked. The position where everyone appeared was mid-air, so as soon as they arrived here, they began to fall involuntarily. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around and found that Naiguang, Shuiyu, and Luo Lan were all here. However, the others were not here. This was easy to understand. After all, everyone had not entered this place through the same void crack. Every spatial rift should have a different teleportation location. Circulating their Saint Chi, the four of them floated down lightly, and I Guang and Luo Lan both showing relieved expressions. "Fortunately, we didn't encounter any danger as soon as we arrived," Luo Lan said softly. "Even someone as strong as an I Guang." Luo Lan nodded in agreement, feeling that their luck was quite good. Throughout history, the Origin Kings who entered the Severed World had not always had a smooth journey. Not to mention the many crises here that even Origin Kings could not resolve. Just the dangers one might encounter upon entering this place were enough to make an ordinary Origin King struggle to cope. If one were to encounter an extremely fierce monster beast, it was possible to die here. Ninth-order monster beasts were everywhere here, and 10th-order monster beasts were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. There were even legendary 11th-order and 12th-order monster beasts, however, the four of them were quite lucky. After landing, Yang Kai noticed that this place was different from Star's territory. The world principles here seemed to be extremely powerful. His Saint Chi and divine sense were not affected, but his Sure was suppressed. He tried to release the power of his Sure, but found that the power he could exert had been reduced by at least half. Perceiving his actions, Shuiyu said from the side, "There's no need to try. Everyone is like this. Not only our Sure, but even Uncle Ni's territory is suppressed. The world principles here are powerful and profound, affecting Sure and territory to varying degrees." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression relaxing slightly. And I Guang looked around and released his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing that could threaten him, he turned back to Luo Lan and asked, "Elder Luo, what do you plan to do next?" Luo Lan was startled and asked suspiciously, "What Senior and I means is," and I Guang pondered for a moment before saying, "So, the reason this old master invited you was because third young master wanted this young man to follow him. As for Elder Luo, he didn't even consider it. Before entering this place, this old master couldn't say anything. But now that we're here, this old master wants to ask, do you want to act with us or alone? But let me say this first, this old master must take this young man with him." Although he didn't know why Shuiyu insisted on keeping Yang Kai here, he knew Shuiyu's character and knew that the third young master would never act without thinking. Since Shuiyu wanted to keep Yang Kai here, there must be a reason. Seeing Luo Lan pondering, Enai Guang said, "If you come with this old master, your safety will definitely increase a lot. But this old master can't guarantee you will obtain any benefits. If you separate from this old master, although the risk factor will be higher, if you can obtain something here, it will be worth it." The meaning of this statement was that even if Enai Guang found something good, he wouldn't share it with Luo Lan unless he needed Luo Lan's cooperation. I understand, Luo Lan nodded. But I still want to go with you. After all, I brought Yang Kai here, so this mistress can't just ignore him. She didn't dare act alone without Yang Kai. Before learning that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, Luo Lan hadn't even prepared to come to this severed world. Although she had already received news, she wasn't confident she could survive here alone. It was only after learning that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space that she decided to come here. As such, she didn't want to be separated from Yang Kai no matter what. Seeing her make such a choice, Enai Guang didn't show too much surprise. In that case, let's go together. Elder Luo, what is the main purpose of your visit this time? Luo Lan glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips into a smile. No special purpose, just leave it to fate. She didn't dare to say anything about the shocking void beast. Otherwise, with Enai Guang's shrewdness, he would definitely infer something. Chapter 1755. After some discussion, the group of 4 decided to find a nearby place to adjust their breathing. After all, in the process of opening the entrance to the severed world, both Enai Guang and Luo Lan had consumed a lot of energy. In this kind of dangerous place, they needed to maintain their peak condition in order to cope with the dangers they might encounter next. Fortunately, there were no abnormalities in the vicinity of Ping Nan. Enai Guang led everyone into a gully and hid their figures. The gullies here were crisscrossed and crisscrossed, like a series of large and small canyons. After diving into the gully, looking up, one could only vaguely see the dim light coming from above. This place was at least a few thousand meters from the ground. At the bottom of the gully, a cold wind blew, and it was quite cold. Yang Kai and Shui Yu were both full of energy, and although their cultivations were not as strong as Origin King's, they were not weak. So naturally, they were responsible for guarding this place. Enai Guang and Luo Lan each chose a position not far from each other, took a spirit pill, and sat down cross-legged. Yang Kai guarded Luo Lan while Shui Yu guarded Enai Guang, each performing their own duties. The world was silent, and the only sound that could be heard was the cold wind blowing from the bottom of the gully, adding a sense of horror to the atmosphere. Shui Yu glanced around from time to time, seemingly a little nervous. No matter how high her cultivation was, no matter how strong she was still a woman and instinctively felt fear and vigilance towards this kind of environment. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face as he simply closed his eyes and released his divine sense to monitor the surroundings to avoid any accidents. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He realized that he was lying on a bed. The bed was probably a wooden one, and the material was hard. He looked up and saw a simple and crude roof. Wind was leaking in everywhere. He turned his head and looked around. The furnishings in the room were also extremely bleak. There was only a table and a chair. This scene was quite familiar. Yang Kai could not help showing a puzzled look. His mind was muddled, making it impossible for him to think clearly. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something important, but he tried to recall. All he could do was feel pain in his head. He couldn't even remember what he was doing before. He shook his head. Standing up from the simple wooden bed, he opened the door. Then, he pushed the door open and walked out. He stood outside the house and looked around. Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave, and Yang Kai immediately remembered. He was now a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, but because he had been in the sect for almost 3 years, he had yet to meet the sect's requirements for his cultivation, so he was unable to be promoted to an official disciple. He could only sweep the sect's floors to make a living while cultivating, hoping that one day he would be able to achieve his dream of being promoted to an official disciple. There was a broom outside the house. At this moment, the sky was not yet bright. It was the darkest moment before dawn. Yang Kai laughed at himself and walked up to pick up the broom to start the day's work. In front of the sect's main roads, the contribution hall, the martial testing hall, the martial skills hall, all that was left was Yang Kai's busy figure. All the roads had been cleaned up. He was the lowest-ranked disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, and also the most hard-working disciple. The sky gradually brightened. Many brothers gathered around Yang Kai, ready to challenge him. In the end, a junior brother who was only at the 4th stage of Qi refining won, beating Yang Kai and leaving. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Yang Kai slowly clenched his fists as he felt the pain in his body. As if he had noticed something, his line of sight shifted towards a tree not far away. On the tree, there was a figure quietly standing with one foot on the crown. Her face could not be seen clearly because there was a veil covering her face. Her figure was graceful, and there was a sapphire-like ornament on her forehead. Her eyes were clear and innocent, as flawless as water. Yang Kai quietly looked at her. He inexplicably felt that this woman seemed to be very important to him, but as for why he had such thoughts, he couldn't figure it out. Their eyes met for only a moment before the veiled woman's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. The woman's disappearance caused him to feel a sudden pain in his heart. It was as if someone had grabbed him, making it hard for him to breathe. Shaking his head, Kai Yang struggled to get up from the ground. Picking up the broom on the ground, he struggled to return to his little wooden hut. In the end, he was unable to complete the sex requirements before the deadline. In the end, he was still unable to become a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. When he was expelled from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai silently packed up his things, packed them into a small package, and followed the path he had walked countless times down the mountain. Standing in front of the mountain gate, Yang Kai looked back at the plaque engraved with the 3 words, High Heaven Pavilion. He stood there, his thoughts drifting. Today, he was only 15 years old, but regarding the future, he was at a loss. At the foot of the mountain, a group of senior sister and brother brothers were walking towards him. The leader of the group was a woman with a sword in her hand. Her temperament was ice cold, and her whole person was like an ice doll, exquisite and exquisite. She wore a pure white dress and was surrounded by the others like stars surrounding the moon. The group of people chatted and laughed, and soon arrived not far from Yang Kai. Perceiving his abnormality, the leader of the group stopped and looked at Yang Kai, lightly opening her mouth and asking, Junior brother, do you want to go down the mountain? Yang Kai turned his head to look, and after seeing the other party's face, he couldn't help but be slightly startled, blurting out, Su Yin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai was stunned. Although he had been in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years and was familiar with this senior sister and had seen her valiant and heroic appearance many times, the two of them had never even exchanged a single word. After all, High Heaven Pavilion's senior sister was a high and mighty figure while Yang Kai was just a trial disciple. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great, and they simply weren't people he could talk to. He didn't know why he had suddenly called out the other party's name. Moreover, it sounded so familiar, as if he had called out her name countless times. This name also seemed to be a name that haunted his dreams. Su Yan's brow wrinkled, but she didn't say anything. Instead, the other brothers and senior sisters who were not weak cast contemptuous looks at Yang Kai. One of the hot-tempered brothers coldly snorted and rudely said, Senior sister's name. Is it something you can call out? As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly sent a palm towards Yang Kai. The palm wind was powerful and Yang Kai was directly sent flying, his body tumbling through the air a few times before landing with a thud. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and his clothes were covered in dust, making him look quite pitiful. Yang Kai remained indifferent to the pain in his body, frowning as he lay on the ground. He fell into deep thought. He didn't understand. Why was he like this? Everything here, to him, was both familiar and strange. A fragrant wind blew past him. A pair of jade feet came to a stop not far in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up. He saw Su Yin standing in front of him, her beautiful face and inviolable temperament. It made her look like an unattainable goddess. Senior sister, why bother with him? The brother who had attacked Yang Kai before coldly snorted, his face filled with displeasure. Su Yin didn't answer and instead stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai, as if she wanted to pull him up. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before placing his hand in Su Yan's palm and using it to stand up. That senior brother who had a lot of opinions about Kai Yang's actions had his face twisted as he watched from the side. His heart was filled with hatred. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that because of his mistake, Kai Yang would have the opportunity to touch his senior sister's skin. Yang Kai stood in place blankly while Su Yin reached out and patted the dust off his clothes. At this moment, The unchanging coldness on her face dissipated. Her gentle appearance caused Yang Kai to be startled, but he also felt that it was only natural. The outside world is very dangerous. Junior brother, since you want to go down the mountain, you should set out early. Be careful on the road and return early. Su Yin exhorted a few times before giving Yang Kai a deep look before turning around and continuing to walk towards High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai stood in place and watched her leave, his heart inexplicably empty. In the distance, the brothers' mocking laughter could be vaguely heard. Senior sister, that guy is a trial disciple who was expelled from the sect and won't be coming back. You don't need to worry about him, is that so? Su Yan's voice sounded as if she had understood something. He should come back. The figure of the beautiful woman gradually faded away and eventually disappeared. Yang Kai's gaze then turned to the other side. In a distant corner, a senior sister wearing a long green dress and a veil over her face stood quietly. The noisy wind blew and brushed against her veil. Yang Kai saw her red lips move, as if she was saying something to him. However, the distance was too far, so Yang Kai couldn't hear clearly. Just as he was about to shout out and ask, the senior sister had disappeared. In the end, he only knew the name of this senior sister, Xianing Chong. This was perhaps a name he would remember for the rest of his life. Yang Kai picked up the package on the ground, turned around, and strode away. In the central capital's Yang family inheritance war, Yang Kai didn't participate because his strength wasn't enough and he couldn't win over too many supporters. Even if he participated, he would only bring shame to himself. His eldest brother, Yang Wei, successfully became the next patriarch of Yang Kai with his own extraordinary strength and connections. The family placed high hopes on him and vigorously cultivated him. Time flew by, and Yang Kai was now 18 years old. His father, Yang Yingfeng, and mother, Dong Suju, arranged a marriage for him. The other party was a woman from his mother's family, so they could be considered a good match. Yang Kai didn't have much choice. His persistent pursuit of the martial Tao didn't bring him much harvest. As a member of the Yang family, when one reached a certain age, they had to make contributions to the Yang family. At the very least, they had to reproduce and maintain the Yang family's prosperity. He married the woman and had a child. During the day, he worked hard for some of the Yang family's businesses, and at night, he returned to his mansion to enjoy the happiness of his family. His wife was obedient to him, and his children were also well behaved. This was a very happy family. But a certain part of Kai Yang's heart had been restless for a long time. He felt that his life shouldn't be like this. He should have another opportunity, another earth-shattering achievement. He tried to dispel these absurd thoughts, but found that these thoughts were like wine in a cellar. The more he hid them, the stronger they became. Not only could he not dispel them, but they also wanted to burst out all the time. Chapter 1756. In addition, there were also some faces that Yang Kai had never seen before flashing through his mind. There were men and women, old and young. Although Yang Kai had never seen them before, he felt that he was very familiar with them and could even call out their names. Old Demon, Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, Fei Yu, Ramaru, Fei Jian, Zhang Yin, Li Rong, Han Fei, Shui Yu, Wu Yi, Yi Shiyun, Dai Yuan, Qian Tong. These people occupied Yang Kai's mind, each of them opening and closing their mouths, constantly trying to tell him something, but Yang Kai could not hear them no matter how hard he tried. The days passed without any surprises or dangers. Yang Kai entered the indomitable state, entered the no-doubt state, reached his 50s, reached his 60s. At the age of 70, he had many children and grandchildren. His parents had long since passed away. So many things had changed. The only thing that had not changed was the faces that constantly flashed through his mind over the years. These faces became clearer, and faint voices could be heard vaguely. The sudden onset of a serious illness had destroyed Kai Yang's vitality. Lying on the hospital bed, the sound of crying came from outside the room. It was the sound of his children and grandchildren. Yang Kai knew that his days were numbered. The wife who had accompanied him all his life had long since lost her flower-like appearance. At this moment, she was just an ordinary old woman. But in this final moment, she still stayed by his bedside and took care of Yang Kai's daily needs. Such a life, Seems to be quite good, right? Kaiyang thought dispiritedly. Using his cloudy eyes, he looked at his wife who was by his bedside. Decades of hard work had caused her hair to turn white. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile at her. But what Yang Kai did not expect was that his wife, who had always been obedient to him in the past, suddenly had a cold expression. At this moment, she was staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. You. Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a word. The other party's voice was crisp and pleasing to the ear. It was not the voice of an old woman at all. Instead, it sounded like the voice of a young woman. I'm finally free. I've been burdened by you all my life. Only now can I be free. You, why do you say that? Yang Kai looked at her in confusion, his eyes full of pain and disappointment. Then what should I say? The other party sneered. Should I thank you? If it wasn't for the fact that your Yang family was powerful, you would have been killed. How could I have married into this family decades ago? You, Yang Kai, are just a mediocre person. If you weren't born into the Yang family, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be as good as an ordinary person. Even so, you've only wasted your life. Is this what you think? Yes. Are you disappointed? The other party continued to sneer. His smile was cruel. It was like a sharp knife. He wanted to stab Yang Kai in the heart. Yang Kai chuckled and closed his eyes. The old woman sitting by the bed laughed even more coldly. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and said, It's not a dream. It's not an illusion. Honestly, you've done a good job these past decades. But, I know, this is just an illusion. What? The old woman's face changed greatly. She stood up and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? At this time, shouldn't you be tearing off all pretense of cordiality with me, ruthlessly attacking my satisfaction with this life and making me fall into despair? When Kai Yang opened his eyes again, the turbid look in his eyes had long since disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a glint of light as he sneered. Even those guys who are preparing to cry at my funeral, shouldn't they also rush in and give me a good scolding? Shouldn't they be telling me off for the past few years so that I can die with grievances? How could you? The old woman's face was extremely pale. Why couldn't I notice? As early as 30 years ago, I already noticed. This is not real. I remember everything I should remember. Since you noticed, why are you still so cooperative? The old woman's face became fierce. Haha. Yang Kai smiled and sat up straight on the bed, hesitating for a moment before saying, Because this life is something I have never experienced before. Since I have this opportunity, of course I want to experience it. This can also temper my state of mind, isn't it? The familiar and strange faces that constantly flashed in Yang Kai's mind, the words that constantly rang in his ears, finally made him remember everything from several decades ago in this illusion. At that time, Kai Yang was shocked. He didn't know when he was hit, nor did he notice the existence of any enemy. He remembered that he was protecting Luolan and Enai Guang with Shuiyu, and there was no trace of any enemy around. This situation was too strange. This meant that the unknown enemy's spiritual energy was unimaginably powerful and could invade his knowledge, see without him knowing, tamper with his memories, and influence his thinking, making him forget everything he should remember and instead believe in this distorted life. So he didn't rush to act. Firstly, he didn't know who the enemy was, so it might not be appropriate to act rashly. Secondly, as he said, this life was something he had never experienced before, so it was really good. Of course, if this wife, who had accompanied him all his life, could remain calm until the end and send him off, that would be the best. But at the last moment, she wanted to destroy Yang Kai's rare and precious experience, making him feel despair. A person would always only have one life. A second life was just an extravagant hope, and reincarnation was ethereal and unreliable. Even if reincarnation really existed, who could reincarnate with the memories of their previous life and become a new person? Yang Kai had experienced it once, although it was only a short 70 years. When his voice fell, the group of crying children and grandchildren outside stopped their meaningless cries. Then, there was a burst of ghostly wailing and wolf howling, which made one's hair stand on end. The old woman sneered, Do you think you can sit back and relax after seeing through this illusion? You think too highly of yourself. If you had uncovered it earlier, you might have been able to escape this place. However, in your mind, so much time has passed. Now, you will never be able to escape this place. Your divine soul will only sink in this place forever. Is that so? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he grinned meaningfully. It seems that you don't have any ability to directly attack and can only influence others by manipulating their memories. This sentence obviously exposed the old woman's ability, causing her face to change dramatically. After all, if she had the ability to directly attack, judging from the current situation, the old woman would definitely not have waited for death and would have attacked long ago. On the contrary, her fierce roar betrayed her lack of confidence. Fine, let's stop here, but I still want to thank you. The experience of this life has really steadied my mind and made me more confident about breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai smiled lightly. His problem was that his strength had improved too quickly. Since he began cultivating, he had reached the Third Order Origin returning realm in less than 40 years. Great strength required a corresponding temperament and cultivation in order to be enslaved. Otherwise, it was very likely that one would become the demon race in the process of cultivation. This was his shortcoming. However, the experience this time had made up for this deficiency. No matter how much time had passed in the outside world, his mind had spent at least 70 years in this place. The cultivation of his temperament that he had accumulated was enough to satisfy the requirements of his own realm. He really wanted to thank the other party for giving him such an opportunity. This alone was enough to make this trip worthwhile. Even if he gained nothing in the following experience, it didn't matter. Yang Kai planned to find a place to break through to the Origin King realm after leaving the severed world, and he had already chosen that place in his heart. He already had great confidence in breaking through to the Origin King realm, and with this experience, he believed that when the time came, it would be a piece of cake. As Yang Kai's voice fell, the uneasy old woman across from him was speechless. Suddenly, her appearance underwent a huge change, and she transformed into a mass of black qi. From this mass of black qi, a terrifying roar rang out and she rushed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, outside the room, there was also a lot of black qi that rushed towards Yang Kai with bared fangs and claws. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he opened his eyes and activated his demon eye of annihilation. The demon eye of annihilation had the ability to see through illusions and was the biggest nemesis of this kind of illusion. As soon as the demon eye was activated, the entire world began to collapse, like a broken mirror. This room, the entire Yang mansion, and even the entire central capital began to shatter. The mass of black qi that rushed towards Yang Kai did not harm him in the slightest. Just as he had guessed before, these black qi did not have any direct means of attack. All they did was trigger the negative emotions in the hearts of those who fell into the illusion. The black qi passed through Yang Kai's body and disappeared. In an instant, the illusion was broken. Yang Kai returned to the real world. Before he could react, though, a cold wind suddenly blew from behind him. Hurriedly, Yang Kai rolled forward, avoiding the attack from behind, and after stabilizing his footing, he turned his head to look back. He saw the same black shadow that he had seen in the illusion. However, this black shadow was in the shape of a human. It had no facial features, only 4 limbs and a shape. It seemed that the previous illusion was all caused by this black qi, something Yang Kai immediately understood. At this moment, the black qi seemed to have suffered some serious damage. After all, it had used a secret technique to drag Yang Kai into the illusion, and now that this secret technique had been broken, it had also suffered some damage. Roaring, the black qi pounced towards Yang Kai again. Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a golden blood thread to cut towards the other party, but unexpectedly, the golden blood thread had no effect on the black qi and passed directly through its body, failing to cause any effective damage. Yang Kai frowned and pushed his Saint Qi as he sent out a heaven-covering hand. The huge palm covered the black qi's body but was unable to affect it in the slightest. After a brief moment of hesitation, the black qi had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. Golden blood threads are useless. Saint Qi's secret technique is useless. It seems only soul attacks are useful against you. Yang Kai sneered again and again, standing in place without moving. In his left eye, the image of a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared. Chapter 1757. Blossoming Lotus Secret Technique. This was Yang Kai's most powerful soul attack method. Facing such a strange black shadow, Yang Kai didn't dare to probe any further and immediately used his strongest move. The lotus flower pattern disappeared in a flash and reappeared inside the black shadow's body in the next moment. The lotus flower began to slowly bloom, and the source of this bloom was the black shadow's source strength. When the black shadow was less than a meter away from Yang Kai, it suddenly stopped and fell to the ground, howling miserably. By the time the lotus flower had fully bloomed, the black shadow had already disappeared and was replaced by a black lotus that immediately collapsed and disappeared. Only now did Yang Kai have time to investigate the situation of the others. Luo Lan was the closest to him, and when Yang Kai turned his head to look, he saw a humanoid shadow standing behind this First-Order Origin King. This shadow was exactly the same as the one he had just destroyed, a strange existence with no facial features. At this moment, the black shadow seemed to be lying on Luo Lan's back, and from its face, there was something similar to an inhaler that pierced through the back of Luo Lan's head. An evil force was being emitted from the black shadow, affecting Luo Lan's thoughts and pulling her soul into an illusion. However, Luo Lan didn't know what kind of illusion she was experiencing. Her delicate body was constantly trembling, and her complexion was constantly changing. The beautiful hair on her forehead was already soaked with sweat, and between her breaths, her chest was rising and falling. There's more than one. Yang Kai was shocked. He had thought that the enemy that had attacked him and Luo Lan was the same black shadow, but now he understood. Deep underground, there was more than one such thing. Yang Kai then turned his attention to Shuiyu and Guang not far away. The situation behind these two was exactly the same as Luo Lan's. Both of them were being carried by a black shadow, and there was something similar to an inhaler sticking out of the black shadow's face and pouring into their heads. No one noticed when the black shadows had attacked, because even Guang had been hit by them. However, from the looks of it, Yang Kai's situation was definitely the same as theirs. A cold wind blew all around as miserable cries rang out incessantly. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he turned his head to look around. His expression could not help but change. While he was in a daze, countless humanoid shadows emerged from the cracks in all directions. As soon as these shadows appeared, they all turned their faces to Yang Kai. Although they had no eyes, Yang Kai still felt like he was being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. So many. This time Kai Yang's face really changed. He no longer hesitated. He quickly rushed towards Luo Lan and condensed his spiritual energy into a sharp spike before shooting it towards the shadow behind Luo Lan. His spiritual energy was extremely powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to a master like Guang. So with just a single attack, the black shadow that attacked Luo Lan swayed. Its body seemed to have become much dimmer, as if it had suffered heavy injuries. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to attack it again, it actually let out a miserable howl and directly disappeared into thin air. Kai Yang's heart relaxed. Only then did he realize. It was actually not difficult to destroy these black shadows with the power of his divine soul. 2 impacts were enough. It was just that there were too many of them. When the black shadows were destroyed, Luo Lan could not help crying out as she broke free from the illusion. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yang Kai standing right in front of her, her eyes still filled with confusion. Obviously, she had not completely broken free from the illusion just now. Yang Kai shouted at her, "Senior Luo, if you don't want to die, wake up quickly and use your spiritual energy to deal with them." Them? Luo Lan frowned slightly. Who are they? There was no need for Yang Kai to answer. Amidst the howls, many black shadows rushed towards Luo Lan and Yang Kai. Luo Lan let out a strange cry as she finally reacted. Stretching out her hand, she summoned a hiltless short sword that exuded a dazzling light. Under her control, this short sword danced up and down, and any black shadow that approached it was cut down and reduced to nothingness. In the end, she was an Origin King Realm Master, and this dazzling short sword was obviously a powerful soul-type artifact. Driven by her spiritual energy, It was the nemesis of these black shadows. Seeing this, Yongkai relaxed and shouted, "Hold on. I'll go wake up Senior and I and Shueyu." "Hurry up." Luolan's forehead oozed cold sweat. Although she had only fought with these black shadows for a moment, she had already realized how difficult it was to deal with them. There were simply too many of them. Luolan retreated as she fought, rushing towards Guang and Shueyu together with Yongkai. Along the way, the black shadows that tried to block their path were all destroyed by Yongkai's spiritual energy. Although he did not have a soul-type artifact like Luolan's, his own divine sense was very strong, so he was able to pass through unhindered. A moment later, he arrived at Guang's side and used his spiritual energy to attack the humanoid shadow behind Guang. After 2 attacks, Guang was saved. The moment the black shadow was defeated, Guang opened his eyes, a monstrous anger flashing across them as his robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. Standing up, Guang shouted sternly, "You dare disturb this old master's state of mind? You almost succeeded." Seeing this, Yongkai knew that Guang's situation was much better than Luolan's. At the very least, even if Guang had been hit, he was aware of his situation. The reason he had not woken up on his own was definitely because he could not escape from this illusion. After receiving Yongkai's help, Guang immediately recovered his strength. With a flick of his sleeve, countless attacks shot out in all directions, accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds. "Senior and I, these things do not fear Saint Chi or artifacts, so you must use your spiritual energy to attack them." Yongkai saw Guang stunned and quickly reminded him, "So that's how it is." Guang suddenly understood and opened his mouth, spitting out a round bead. As soon as this bead appeared, it immediately bloomed with light. Although this light was dazzling, it was extremely soft, and in an instant, the depths of the underground became as bright as day. With this round bead as the center, everything within a 10-meter radius was illuminated. All the black shadows that rushed into the area covered by this light were distorted and distorted. They let out miserable howls as their color faded, and they quickly dissipated. This scene was like snowflakes falling into the crater of a volcano, evaporating without a trace in a very short time. Seeing this, Yongkai's heart calmed down and he shot towards Shueyu, using the same method as before to kill the black shadow hiding behind her. Shueyu's situation was undoubtedly the worst. Although she was the young master of Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce, had heaven-defying aptitude, and had already reached the third-order origin returning realm at such a young age, her heritage was incomparable to the other 3 present. When Luolan was rescued by Yongkai, although she was confused for a moment, she quickly figured out the situation. On the other hand, after Yongkai rescued her, Shueyu's eyes were still closed, showing no signs of waking up. However, the expression on her face was extremely strange. Her lips were curled into a smile, and her whole body was relaxed. This smile was full of happiness and sweetness, as if she was experiencing something good in an illusion. "Shueyu." Yongkai stretched out his hand and put it on her shoulder, shaking her as he called out. After 2 or 3 times, Shueyu frowned and opened her eyes with some displeasure, but when she saw Yongkai standing in front of her, she suddenly smiled and reached out to brush her hair behind her ear, acting like a little woman. However, she was doing this in the image of a man, so it was a bit unsightly. Fortunately, besides Yongkai, Guang and Luolan were both attacking the black shadows, so no one noticed this detail. She asked softly, "You're awake?" "What do you mean I'm awake?" Yongkai was confused and shouted, "You should wake up quickly." "Me?" Shueyu looked at Yongkai blankly, her beautiful eyes filled with happiness and sweetness gradually becoming sober. Immediately, as if she had finally recovered, she began to look around. With a single glance, Shueyu instantly understood everything, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment, as if she didn't want to wake up from the illusion just now. "There are too many of these things. We can't kill them all. It's best to leave first." Guang saw Yongkai wake Shueyu up, so he quickly shouted, throwing the round bead exuding a soft light into the sky as he followed closely behind, shouting, "Come with me. You go first. This mistress will bring up the rear." Luolan was very good, not in a hurry to leave, instead taking the initiative to take up the task of bringing up the rear. Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, grabbed Shui Yu's arm, and flew up with her, Luo Lan following closely behind. The group of four flew away at an extremely fast speed, trying to escape from this dangerous place. However, the dark shadows down below were hot on their heels, and from the surrounding cracks, more and more dark shadows were constantly rushing out, each of them howling and sending out energy fluctuations similar to spiritual energy attacks. This kind of attack was invisible, and although one or two of them weren't powerful, when gathered together, they couldn't be underestimated. These energy fluctuations affected the souls of the four people and impacted their knowledge seas, as if trying to drag them down into a bottomless abyss again. However, under the power of an Guang and Luo Lan's artifacts, these dark shadows couldn't get close at all and were killed one after another. Suddenly, Luo Lan, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, exclaimed, "This is—" The next moment, she shouted with all her might, "Run!" There was a hint of panic in her voice, as if something bad had happened. Kaiyang took a moment to look back and was immediately shocked by what he saw. He saw that the countless black shadows below were actually beginning to merge as they chased. The black shadows were like water droplets converging towards a certain spot. In the blink of an eye, they had formed an incomparably huge black shadow. Furthermore, with the addition of the smaller black shadows, this huge black shadow was still continuing to grow in size. Its head seemed to touch the sky while its feet touched the ground. This posture alone gave off a strong sense of oppression. After only 3 breaths of time, this huge dark shadow took shape. Chapter 1758. As soon as the huge shadow took shape, it waved its 2 long arms and lashed out from below like 2 pitch-black whips. Its attack was ferocious, and it was as fast as lightning. Feeling the terrifying power contained in these 2 attacks, Luo Lan, who was guarding the rear, paled and without hesitation, bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The hiltless long sword in her hand glowed brilliantly and transformed into a giant sword that slashed down fiercely. In a silent collision, the 2 arms of the black shadow were blocked for a moment, while Luo Lan's artifact sword was also sent flying. The attacks of the merged black shadow were countless times stronger than those of the small black shadows. Soul-type artifacts were driven by spiritual energy, so although their power was unpredictable, if they were damaged, their soul would be affected as well. So the moment the long sword was knocked away, Luo Lan's pretty face paled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with her powerful Origin King realm cultivation, she had been injured in a single blow. Everyone clearly realized the power of these strange black shadows at this moment. Fortunately, at this time, the 4 of them had already escaped from the ground and flew high up into the sky. None of them dared to look back, nor did they dare to linger, simply continuing to fly upwards. From the depths of the gully, a shocking roar rang out and 2 huge black arms stretched out from the ground, spreading out their 10 fingers and transforming them into giant demonic claws that grabbed towards the 4 people. However, the distance between the 2 giant palms and Luo Lan seemed to be insufficient. When the 2 giant palms were a few dozen meters away, they grabbed nothing but air. In the next moment, the 2 giant palms slowly retracted and the howling that had filled everyone's ears gradually subsided, restoring peace to the world once again. An Guang, who was leading the group, slowed down and eventually stopped mid-air, looking down thoughtfully. "These things don't seem to want to chase us." Yang Kai also noticed the problem. "It seems so." An Guang nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view, "but we still can't lower our guard. It's best to leave this place first." The other 3 nodded quickly and followed behind an Guang, continuing to fly away. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 of them landed in a safe position again. Although the surrounding area was still desolate, there were no longer any crisscrossing gullies, so after confirming that there was really no danger around, the 4 of them stopped and rested for a while. Even though the crisis that they had faced earlier had been resolved, they still felt a lingering fear in their hearts, because the attack they encountered this time was simply impossible to guard against. After all, before entering the underground trench, everyone had checked their surroundings. Even with 2 Origin Kings guarding them, they still could not avoid being attacked, which was a bit unbelievable. Elder Luo, how are your injuries? Enai Guang looked at the pale Luo Lan and asked. Luo Lan frowned and sensed for a moment before replying, "It's nothing serious. It's just that my soul is a little unstable." That's good. Enai Guang also breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that with his second-order origin king cultivation, he would not be able to escape. Even if his journey in the severed world was not smooth sailing, it was impossible for him to encounter any fatal threats. But after experiencing such an experience, Yang Kai did not dare to think so. If it weren't for Yang Kai's help, he didn't know how long he would have been trapped in the illusion. Perhaps he wouldn't have been able to wake up even if his body had withered. At that time, his soul would definitely be destroyed. Uncle and I, what were those things? Shui Yu asked with some lingering fear. Everything she had experienced in that illusion felt like it was real. Even after being awakened by Yang Kai, she still hadn't been able to adapt to the real world in a short time. I don't know. I have never heard of such things in the severed world. Has Elder Luo ever heard of them? Enai Guang shook his head and asked Luo Lan. This mistress doesn't know much about the severed world, so I have never heard of such strange things. It seems that the people who encountered these things before didn't survive. As such, no information about them has been leaked. Enai Guang said thoughtfully, but fortunately, based on the previous situation. Although they are extremely stealthy and even this old master was unable to detect their existence, they can only live in the dim underground. As long as we don't go underground again, we shouldn't encounter them again. Moreover, we weren't delayed for long. In that illusion, this old master seemed to have spent many years, but judging from our current state, we only wasted 1 or 2 hours at most. These things are truly terrifying. Hearing what he said, the other three nodded slightly. Elder Luo, you should heal your wounds first. When you're almost done, we'll set off. Enai Guang turned to Luo Lan and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. This mistress will do her best to hurry, Luo Lan said gratefully. She did not have much of a friendship with Enai Guang, but Enai Guang was willing to wait for her at this time, so she was naturally grateful. This also proved Enai Guang's character, and that he was a suitable person to cooperate with. Enai Guang was stronger than her, so cooperating with such a person was naturally something Luo Lan wished for. However, it might also be related to her taking the initiative to bring up the rear just now, but Enai Guang's attitude towards her was obviously much more pleasant than before. Luo Lan also did not realize that she had brought Yang Kai into this severed world because she wanted to rely on Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space, but because of this, she had received Enai Guang's help. If it weren't for Yang Kai, Enai Guang would not have invited her to act together. Next, Luo Lan took a pill and began to repair the wounds to her soul. Yang Kai, on the other hand, cast his eyes towards the void not far away. He could feel that somewhere in the void there were faint space force fluctuations, and he could even infer from the traces of these energy fluctuations that there was a hidden void crack in that location. It seemed that Luo Lan was right. This severed world was really a dangerous place, and there were indeed some invisible void cracks. But if someone rashly passed through them, they would definitely be cut in half by these void cracks and die with everlasting regret. What are you looking at? Shui Yu suddenly leaned over and asked softly. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but since just now, Yang Kai noticed that Shui Yu's attitude towards him seemed to have changed subtly. Previously, Shui Yu's eyes had been filled with a mix of love and hate. But now, her eyes were very gentle, and even when they were running away, Shui Yu had clung to Yang Kai's arm without letting go, looking completely at ease. I'm not looking at anything. Yang Kai shook his head. What's wrong with you? What kind of illusion did you experience just now? With your temperament, you shouldn't have been affected so deeply, right? Yang Kai had just asked casually, but to his surprise, Shui Yu's face turned red, as if she had remembered something shameful, snorting as she said, It's none of your business. Yang Kai was rendered speechless and couldn't help sneering. Forget it, I won't ask. It can't be anything good. Shui Yu gritted her teeth and glared at him. Yang Kai suddenly felt very uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly glanced around, trying to divert Shui Yu's attention. At this time, Yang Kai noticed that Enai Guang had taken out an animal skin map and was frowning as he stared at it, seemingly searching for something. releasing his divine sense from time to compare it with the surrounding terrain. There was nothing clear on the map, most of it just intersecting lines, and there were a few places marked with different markings. Your Chamber of Commerce actually has a map of this place? Yang Kai looked surprised. Shuiyu smiled. What's so strange about that? It's not the first time our Chamber of Commerce has come to this place, so it's not surprising that we have one or two maps. However, the severed world is too big, so we can't grasp all the maps here. What Uncle and I has is only a small part of it. So that's how it is, Yang Kai nodded. So, you have a clear destination for this trip? We are going to a medicine valley where there are many spirit medicines that have never been seen before in the territory of the star. Legend has it that the spirit medicines there are all beyond the Origin King grade. Some can bring the dead back to life, some can rejuvenate and prolong one's life, some can even greatly increase one's strength. Yang Kai looked at her strangely. What's wrong? Shuiyu asked suspiciously. You really don't have any vigilance, that's not like you, Yang Kai laughed. Although they were now in a cooperative relationship, what Shuiyu revealed was undoubtedly very important information. She was not a brainless woman with big breasts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to become the young master of Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce. For her to reveal these things to him for no reason really made Kai Yang very surprised. Hearing what he said, Shuiyu was also startled and seemed to realize something, immediately turning her eyes away and sneering, So what if I tell you? With Uncle and I here, do you think you can snatch food from the tiger's mouth? These words were a bit of a cover-up, so Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. However, in comparison, Yang Kai realized that Luo Lan's actions this time were a bit too rash. Ai Guang dared to enter this place because he relied on his tyrannical cultivation and was prepared, but Luo Lan was obviously hot-blooded, thinking that she could run amok here as long as she brought Yang Kai with her. She didn't understand the severed world at all. In the underground gully where Yang Kai and the others had stopped before, an hour after they left, a figure descended from the sky and landed nearby. This person was wrapped in black qi and exuded an evil and violent aura. This person was none other than the Origin King Realm Master Yang Kai had paid attention to before. After this person landed, he turned his head and looked around before taking a deep breath and letting out a strange laugh. Very good. You really were nearby. It seems you haven't been away for too long. Young boy, I didn't expect you to grow to this extent after not seeing you for so many years. Truly unexpected. If Yang Kai heard this, he would definitely pale in shock because he didn't know who this Origin King Realm Master was, but from his words, it wasn't difficult to infer that this person obviously knew him and was very concerned about him. Chapter 1759. Oh. This man paused for a while before suddenly seeming to have discovered something. Turning his eyes towards the gully below, he swept it with his divine sense for a while before letting out a laugh and saying, So there's such a thing here. Although I don't know what you are useful to this old master. Fine, I'll capture you first. As he spoke, he leaped directly into the underground gully. As soon as he landed, countless small black shadows rushed out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards him. This man showed no fear and instead roared excitedly, Ha ha, good, good. As he spoke, he suddenly took out a large, black banner. Instantly, the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves came out from the banner. The sound was so sharp that it actually covered up the pitch of the black shadows underground. On the black banner, there were many struggling human faces. They were twisting their faces and screaming with their mouths open. This man formed a series of hand seals and poured his Saint Chi into the black banner as he shouted, Go! In the next moment, the black banner transformed into a black curtain that blotted out the sky and descended. All the small black shadows that rushed over seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis and were swallowed up by this black banner. As this process continued, the aura emitted by this black banner grew stronger and stronger, and its color became darker and darker. It seemed to be able to devour everything, including light. The terrifying devouring power of this black banner obviously caused these black shadows to panic, and soon, they began to merge and grow, just like when Yang Kai and the others had fled just now, attempting to unite to resist this black banner. Seeing this scene, The Origin King Realm Master wrapped in black chi not only did not panic, but instead showed a look of excitement as he muttered, "You actually have such ability? Good, good, good. This king's 10,000 soul banner will be greatly supplemented." Ah! Laughing loudly, he stretched out his hand and pointed, causing the black curtain that blotted out the sky to suddenly distort and squirm. Immediately after, it transformed into a huge and terrifying human face. That face was ferocious and terrifying, and there were countless pairs of eyes on it. Each of the eyes reflected a dazzling divine light, and the divine light contained an incredible power. In addition, this face also had a bloody maw. From this maw, a violent and strange roar rang out. It opened its huge mouth, which was actually larger than a human face, and bit down viciously at the human-shaped shadow that was converging below. The gigantic black shadow, formed from countless small black shadows, naturally wouldn't resign itself to its fate. Its two pitch-black, whip-like hands swung in an attempt to block the 10,000 soul banner's attack. In that instant, sand and stones were flying everywhere in the underground ravine. It was a complete mess, but it was still futile. The 10,000 soul banner was not afraid of the huge black figure's attack. It forcefully pounced forward and bit the huge black figure. Then, it raised its head and swallowed the huge black figure like a bird swallowing food. Vaguely, a sorrowful wail came from within the face. The terrifying human face formed by the 10,000 soul banner revealed a satisfied expression. The countless eyes on the face were flickering with excitement. Burp. It even gave a very vivid burp. The moment the huge black shadow was swallowed up, the remaining fishes that had escaped into the surrounding crevices, not daring to show themselves again. They seemed to have realized that the 10,000 soul banner was their nemesis. There was no way to resist it. Seeing this, the Origin King Realm Master wrapped in black chi waved his hand reluctantly, and the 10,000 soul banner reappeared and flew back into his hand. On the surface, the 10,000 soul banner had not changed much compared to before, but the evil it exuded was obviously stronger. Hehehehe. The Origin King Realm Master let out a creepy laugh as he played with his artifact. Nodding repeatedly, he muttered, "Not bad. Not bad at all. We've only just entered, and we've already obtained such a harvest. As expected of the severed world, this king is looking forward to it." It was as if he had lost his mind. After uttering such crazy words for a while, he laughed and put away the 10,000 soul banner before wrapping himself in a cloud of black chi and leaping out of the gully, accurately chasing in the direction Yang Kai and the others had left. Somewhere in the severed world, Sword Union Elder Chui Hong was desperately urging his artifact to fight a several dozen meter-long monster beast that resembled a winged serpent. His luck was not very good. Not long after entering the severed world, he had broken into the territory of this monster beast. After being discovered, he naturally began fighting with it. In the severed world, the most dangerous thing was the invisible void cracks. These void cracks were scattered irregularly and could not be seen with the naked eye or sensed with one's divine sense. Even if an Origin King Realm Master encountered one, even if they did not die, they would suffer severe injuries. The second most dangerous thing was the monster beast that lived here. The monster beast here had inherited the bloodline of an ancient species, and under the influence of the world principles of this place, each of them was unable to become stronger. Even monster beasts of the same level were stronger than those in the star territory by at least 30%. The one Chui Hong encountered was a genuine 10th order monster beast. From its appearance, it was obvious that it had inherited the bloodline of the flying feather-winged dragon. But with the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, the changes in the world principles, and the changes in the tidal force, it had lost the majesty of its ancestor. Otherwise, Chui Hong would have been turned into a corpse in a single blow. However, it was still a 10th order monster beast. In the entire star territory, a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, an extremely rare existence. Fortunately, this monster beast seemed to have broken through not long ago, and as a Sword Union Elder, Chui Hong's artifact armor and artifacts were not low grade. In the process of fighting with this winged snake, he did not fall into a disadvantage. Instead, he gradually gained the upper hand by relying on various secret techniques. This winged snake was several dozen meters long and had a pair of bat-like wings on its back. Its long forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth, and its body was extremely agile. It danced left and right around Chui Hong, flicking its forked tongue like a steel whip from time to time and bombarding Chui Hong's body, causing him to tremble and stagger. After fighting for a full 6 hours, Chui Hong finally killed this winged snake with a single blow, despite suffering injuries. He stood in place, panting heavily. His body dyed red with blood as he cursed angrily. After resting for a while, he finally had the strength to put the winged snake's body into his space ring. At this moment, he did not have the time to take care of this corpse carefully. He could only wait until he left the severed world to deal with it slowly. The value of a 10th-order monster beast's corpse was almost unimaginable, especially its monster core, which was a huge attraction to any Origin King. When a cultivator reached the Origin King realm, it was extremely difficult for them to break through because this was the limit of a cultivator in the star territory. If they wanted to reach a certain height, besides meditating for a long time and comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao, they could only collect rare pills that matched their cultivation. An Origin King might not be able to break through their shackles for 100 or even 1,000 years. This was a very common thing. Because of this, in the entire star territory, peak 3rd-order Origin Kings were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, and each one of them was an old monster. Because there was nothing in this world that could interest them. After resting for a while, Chui Hong immediately left this dangerous place. He was afraid that the smell of blood here would attract other monster beasts. In his current state, he really could not support another battle like the one just now. Elsewhere, Zilong, the master of Sword Union, led Zidong through the severed world. He seemed to have a very clear goal and did not stop at all along the way. Moreover, their luck was quite good. Since entering this place, they had not encountered any danger, allowing them to walk with peace of mind. Father, is there really an immortal tree in this severed world? Zidong, who was following behind Zilong, suddenly asked. Hearing the words immortal tree, Zilong's originally calm eyes suddenly burst with a dazzling light, his purple hair fluttering despite the lack of wind as he nodded slightly. Although father isn't sure, I am 80% sure. After all, this is the information left behind by your great-granduncle. The immortal tree really does exist here. 2,000 years ago, your great-granduncle came here and saw the immortal tree that was very similar to the one in the legends, but he failed to obtain it and was instead heavily injured by the monster beast guarding the immortal tree. He had no choice but to retreat, and in the end died of depression. Zidong's expression changed slightly as he muttered, "This child remembers that great-uncle should be a 2nd-order Origin King, but he was seriously injured by the monster beast guarding it? What kind of monster beast was that? Divine bird? Ancient peacock?" Zilong took a deep breath. Divine bird. Zidong could not help paling in amazement. Any monster beast that was related to the word ancient was an existence not to be provoked because they all had the means to destroy the heavens and earth. What's more, each of them had a violent temperament. If such a monster beast were to break into star territory, it would likely destroy countless cultivation stars. When that time came, it was bound to become a disaster for star territory. Zilong quickly added, "In star territory, the names of the 3 great divine waters are widely circulated. One is life-revitalizing jade cream, one is soul-cleansing divine water, and one is immortal source liquid. Among these 3 great divine waters, soul-cleansing divine water occasionally appears, but in small quantities. It may appear once every few hundred or thousand years, but life-revitalizing jade cream and immortal source liquid have long since gone extinct. At least, in all the years your father has lived, I have never heard of anyone obtaining these 2 treasures. Each of the 3 great divine waters has its own special effects and is a supreme treasure that every cultivator can only dream of. Soul-cleansing divine water can cleanse one's soul and make it more condensed and vigorous. It is a supreme treasure for tempering one's spiritual energy, while life-revitalizing jade cream can enhance a cultivator's physique and vitality. A single drop can allow one to be reborn, cleanse their meridians, and make their physical strength extremely powerful. However, compared to the immortal source liquid, these two treasures are far inferior. Father, what does this immortal source liquid have to do with the immortal tree? Zedong asked curiously. Haha, naturally there is a relationship. Zilong, as an overlord, naturally had a dignified air about him, but when facing his son, he maintained a pleasant expression. After all, Zedong had never failed to live up to his expectations and was the successor he had placed high hopes on. Please enlighten me, father, Zedong said solemnly, putting on an expression of humility. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.